This committee will come to order. As you can see, there's a lot of interest in this hearing today, and I expect members who are not on the committee will be coming in and out, and we're going to try to hold a tight rein on time and statements and questions in this hearing today, because as I said, there's a lot of interest in this oversight hearing. This hearing today is entitled GM and Chrysler Dealership Closures and Restructuring. The chairman, ranking member, and the chairman emeritus will be recognized for a 5-minute opening statement. Other members of the subcommittee will be recognized for 3-minute opening statements. I will begin. For much of the past 100 years, General Motors has been the largest automobile company in the world. The Detroit Three, GM, Ford, and Chrysler, have fueled the engine of Michigan's economy as well as the economy of the United States for generations. Through their vehicle manufacturing, countless suppliers, and a vast dealer network, the automotive industry has created and supported millions of jobs. With the recent global financial collapse, much of the domestic auto industry has been brought to its knees. In 2008, General Motors and Chrysler lost $30.9 billion and $17 billion, respectively. And in order to survive, they both filed for bankruptcy. In the bankruptcy process, General Motors has announced plans to close roughly 1,200 dealerships, and Chrysler announced plans to close 789 dealerships nationwide. The federal government has loaned billions of dollars to GM and Chrysler in an effort to help stabilize them. Billions of more have been committed to assist them while emerging from bankruptcy. Today's hearing will focus on several issues associated with General Motors and Chrysler's decisions to close more than 2,000 dealerships across the country. Among the questions to be answered are, why do the manufacturers believe they need to close so many dealerships? What criteria were used to determine which dealerships to close? How do GM and Chrysler save money by closing these dealerships, which are independently owned? Why were Chrysler dealers given a mere 26 days notice and their 26 days notice that their franchise would be pulled? Why were dealerships that had been meeting or exceeding their expected sale requirements still ordered to close? Why did Chrysler effectively order dealers to buy more cars in January, but now refuse to buy those cars back from dealers who are being forced to close? Who made decisions of which dealerships to close? What are GM and Chrysler doing to assist dealerships with selling their parts, cars, and tools, specialty tools, before they're put out of business? How will the dealerships closures and restructuring make GM and Chrysler more competitive and profitable? Being from Michigan, I absolutely want to see General Motors and Chrysler survive. I think we all do. But we have an old saying in Michigan that when the auto industry sneezes, Michigan catches a cold. Now, due to the global financial collapse, the entire nation is feeling the impact of a crippled domestic auto industry. Other than high gas crisis or a serious food outbreak, I can't think of few subjects that have brought the ire of so many members as these auto dealership closures. I understand the fact that General Motors and Chrysler need to improve their bottom line. I also understand that the import brands have far fewer dealerships with higher sales volume per dealership. What many of my colleagues and I do not fully understand is why there is a need to close so many dealerships and why dealerships that appear to be performing well are now being told to close their doors. We will hear from Chrysler today that the average Chrysler dealer sold 405 vehicles and lost $3,431 in 2008. We will also hear from Dan Kiekenapp of Tacoma Dodge in Tacoma, Washington. Tacoma Dodge had net sales exceeding $1.7 million last year and was one of the top 100 dealers for sales of parts in 2008 and was the #1 ranked Dodge dealer in Western Washington during the month of April this year, but still received a closure notice from Chrysler. I look forward to asking Mr. Press how he reconciles this decision to close Tacoma Dodge. As I mentioned earlier, I want to see GM and Chrysler return to strong and vibrant companies. I am, however, concerned that the accelerated time frame for dealership closures and the way in which dealers have been treated may actually damage the brands more than help them. I'm also deeply concerned that the closures will hurt rural communities disproportionately. In my vast rural northern Michigan district, if a dealer closes down, it can mean a 2-hour drive for us to reach the next closest dealer. This will cause added expense and hardship for my constituents who need to have warranty work or special service done at a certified dealership. In addition, when it comes to time to purchase a new vehicle, many of my constituents will abandon GM or Chrysler and go to whichever brand is locally sold by people they trust within our communities rather than traveling a long distance to huge, impersonal, big box dealerships where they don't know the sales or the service staff. In closing, I want to thank General Motors and Chrysler executives for coming here today. This committee understands how busy you are and greatly appreciates you taking time to work with our staff and attend today's hearing. In addition, I want to thank the dealers who've come from every region of the country to testify today. I know that in many instances, many of you are facing the loss of your livelihood, and to take the time and expense to travel to Washington to be part of this hearing is appreciated by myself, the staff, and everyone here. Next, I'd turn to the ranking member, Mr. Walden from Oregon, for an opening statement, please.
Thank you very much, Chairman. I want to thank you and Chairman Waxman for concurring with me in the need for our subcommittee to conduct an oversight hearing and investigation to get answers regarding the termination of auto dealer franchises all across our country. I want to recognize the dealers, including a constituent of Oregon's 2nd District, which I represent, Bob Thomas of Thomas Chevrolet-Cadillac in Bend, Oregon. Bob and the rest of the dealers have taken time and expense to travel to Washington and provide us with their perspective on this issue. I also welcome Mr. Press of Chrysler and Mr. Henderson from General Motors. We're honored to have you here today as well. We have some hard questions for you, and I appreciate your willingness to come here today and explain your situation, your perspective, with clear and straight answers. Since American taxpayers now own 60% of General Motors, we have a right to know just how the decisions affecting our constituents are made. We also have a duty to make this process more accountable and transparent for all concerned. So let's start with a look at customer service. And Mr. Henderson, you've spent a pretty large sum of money on newspaper ads recently. I'm sure you're familiar with your own ads, proclaiming your concern for greater transparency and customer service. Yet, you've dictated the closure of GM dealerships all across Oregon and the country. And I'll cite one in specific out in Burns, Oregon. Now, if you're a GM customer and the dealership in Burns, Oregon, Rule Teague Motor Company, is closed, your nearest GM dealer is Payette, Idaho, 136 miles away. Now, that's the equivalent of driving from Philadelphia to Washington, D.C. to get service for your General Motors vehicle. Since we don't have the 3+ hours it would take to drive there even in one of the new Camaros, we're using the fastest plane on our Air Force has, the F-15 Eagle, and Google Earth to demonstrate the route while I talk to that new brand of customer service. This will be in 3D for your enjoyment. It'll take a while. Just about a month ago, General Motors and Chrysler sent what were effectively termination notices to about 2,000 auto dealerships nationwide. We're told these notices serve to accelerate restructuring plans that are a must-do step for these troubled automakers. This is so Chrysler and GM can emerge successfully from bankruptcy with stable financial support. Many dealers in the communities they serve frankly feel blindsided. The mid-May notices came in the form of complex take-it-or-leave-it wind-down contracts with just weeks to make important and expensive life-changing decisions about their own livelihoods. Few explanations, no real opportunity to negotiate corrections or even sell to another more favored dealer, and no clear rationale for why they were chosen for closure. Thousands more received continuation contracts equally complex, which forced them into 18 months of limbo, giving up protections against abusive practices they would normally have been able to be protected against under state franchise law. But they had no choice. It was take it or leave it. Oh, and the agreements, by the way, required the dealers to say they weren't signing under duress. Really? So let's talk about transparency. We have yet to get a clear answer on how the so-called rationalization of dealer networks will save the automakers or taxpayers money. Rationalization seems like the 21st century version of we had to burn the village to save it. I want to hear this morning from GM about how cutting dealers really will save $2 billion. The National Auto Dealers Association argues the dealers cost the automakers little on the margin and provide necessary and convenient outlets for consumer sales and even the local connection the automakers so sorely need. Dealers, even small dealers, make sales and make the automakers money. By what we can gather to date, many dealers affected are not bad apple operations. Maybe they weren't meeting your mandated sales quotas, but it's hard to see them as cost drains on automaker operations. They often are the mainstays of the local communities they serve. They contribute substantial taxes, support local sports and community events, and they have good reputations. They're established, they're hardworking, and they're struggling in a horrible economic environment. And soon their employees will be out of work. By one estimate, the termination notices may cost upwards of 190,000 well-paying jobs. The validity of the cost issue is of particular interest since the press reported yesterday that the House Majority Leader said he had spoken to the White House's auto task force and had acknowledged that the automakers will see no immediate cost savings from closing the dealerships. So, Mr. Henderson, you say GM's going to be more accountable. Let's talk about accountability. Who made the closure decisions? How were they made? When were they made? Who made the recent decisions to reverse closures of 41 dealerships? Mr. Henderson, you say GM will be more focused on customers. Let's talk about customers. How is it pro-customer to reduce competition by eliminating dealerships which compete with each other for price and quality and service? It's been said that our domestic automakers own rural America. You know how it is to serve rural America, to eliminate the lone dealership in a place like Burns, Oregon. We're still not to Idaho, by the way. We did just pass Stinking Water Pass. In this Alice in Wonderland world of rationalization where up is down and less is more, how are customers served by less competition and higher prices while on the taxpayer's dime better served? In Bend, Oregon, for example, the General Motors terminated the only GM dealership with substantial service repair facilities servicing tens of thousands of people in the 16,000 square mile radius. Do the planners behind this restructuring understand the rural America from whence I come? Do they really understand rural customers, the rural market, the loyalty? Let's talk plainly. If you just want to turn GM and Chrysler into a network of urban dealerships, then tell me, but don't ask me and my constituents to provide the bailout. Or is your plan to use the crisis of bankruptcy as a cheap and quick way to get rid of dealers you don't want, only to eventually sell or put in place, since you don't sell them, a new franchise in a market you've left? If you plan to reduce dealers, can you give me a guarantee that you won't simply get rid of a Bob Thomas only to turn around and offer a GM franchise in Bend to someone else in the coming months? So the goal for me today in today's hearing, Mr. Chairman, is to get straight talk and facts. We need to know the real reasons for the closure decisions and whether they're really justified. We need to know how this is really a good deal for the taxpayer and the consumer. We need to know whether auto dealers targeted for closure in their local communities are getting that fair shake. We all recognize the very tough and painful times for the auto industry, especially its workers and suppliers. The reverberations of Detroit's troubles have already reached into every one of our districts. I look forward to the testimony. I look forward to working with you, Chairman, on further investigating this matter, and hope future hearings will focus on the role of the President's Auto Task Force as well.
Thank you, Mr. Walden. Mr. Dingell for opening statement, please.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. And I commend you for holding this hearing. This is a time of unprecedented hardship for the domestic auto industry, but I feel it's prudent that we objectively examine all aspects of General Motors and Chrysler restructuring plan, including how they affect dealers. Although restructuring of these companies is inevitable and necessary, it means that we're going to have to achieve their long-term viability. But at the same time, we're going to have to look to see how it's being done and how it's going to impact on other parts of our economy. Measures must be taken to mitigate excessive hardship on working Americans, especially in a time of grave national recession. In view of this, I will be asking frank questions of our witnesses today. In particular, I seek to determine for the record how GM and Chrysler arrived at the decisions they did related to dealer closures. Public furor over these closures demands truthful answers from these companies regarding these matters, and it's my hope that they will provide much-needed insight into the decision-making process whose results will affect the livelihood of many thousands of Americans in all parts of the country. Moreover, I understand that GM and Chrysler have approached dealer closures in a markedly dissimilar fashion, and this should again be subject to candid discussion. Finally, I wish to ascertain what steps, if any at all, GM and Chrysler have taken or will take to mitigate the impact of these closures on dealership owners and their employees, and also on the communities. Their fair treatment is paramount to the success of any rational and rationalization of the company's respective value streams. I conclude by encouraging our witness to engage in open dialogue with members of the committee about the matters that I have just mentioned. The honest disclosure at today's hearings is necessary to restoring the semblance of public trust in the plans for restructure. So thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you to our panel, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you, Mr. Dingell. Mr. Barton, for opening statement, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank you and Chairman Waxman for holding this hearing. I want to thank you personally for agreeing to let Mr. Frank Blankenbeckler, who's a dealer in my district, testify. And also thank you for being willing to put a statement in the record of Congressman Latterette, who's not a member of the committee, but has asked to sit on the dais, and you indicated that you would accept unanimous consent to allow his statement into the record. So I appreciate all those courtesies. Mr. Chairman, I have a prepared statement, and I will submit it for the record. But I want to just kind of speak extemporaneously. I see both sides of this issue. I have a GM assembly plant in my district in Arlington, Texas, that's been in business since 1954. There's 2,400 people that work there, management about 250, and union UAW workers around 2,200. They've been making cars and trucks in Arlington, Texas for over 50 years. And I've got dealers all over my district, about a dozen of which have received closure or termination or failure to renew notices. I met yesterday with the president of GM North America and also the president of Chrysler. And I see the management side of this, the manufacturing and the business side of it. It's a different era, and we have to make tough decisions to keep U.S. nameplate manufacturing cars and trucks in America. I understand that. But there's another side. There's a human side, a dealer side, and we're going to hear from Mr. Frank Blankenbeckler of Waxahachie, Texas. He is a fourth-generation GM dealer, and I think a second-generation Jeep dealer. His grandfather started selling Chevrolets in Waxahachie, Texas in 1926. He made it through the Great Depression. He made it. His family made it through World War II when you had quotas. They made it through the boom years of the 50s. They made it through the gas rationing of the 70s. Boom or bust. There's been a Blankenbeckler selling cars in Waxahachie, Texas for over 80 years. And in May, he got letters on I think back-to-back, Jeep terminating his contract immediately or within 3 weeks, and GM saying they weren't going to renew it. Now, when the GM and the Chrysler people, the managers, were in my office yesterday, they were very sincere. They had their flip charts and they had their notebooks, and they could look up and show me if I wanted to see the performance or non-performance of all the dealers in my district. But that doesn't touch on the human story. Again, Carlisle Chevrolet in Waxahachie, Texas has 40 employees. They're not at the bottom of these flow charts. Now, they're not at the top either, but they're not at the bottom. Mr. Blankenbeckler told me that last year he paid $1.3 million in taxes in Ellis County. Employed 40 people. Sells an average of 50 cars and trucks a month. In good years, he can double that, and so he could do better. He says that. But his business that's been in his family for 4 generations, if we can't get Chrysler and GM to take a second look, it's gone. And his son, Austin, who's sitting right out here, his opportunity to the American way of life, as we know it, is gone. Now, what I'm asking, Mr. Chairman, is I'm not asking the management of Chrysler and GM to do things that don't make sound business economic sense. But what I am asking is to show a little mercy, if that's the right term. Every decision does not have to be the toughest decision you can make. You know, you can err on the side of leniency, and if somebody is selling 50.5 cars a month and the goal is for them to sell 51, you don't have to cut them off at the knees. So, Mr. Chairman, I want to hear from both sides, but I really, hopefully by the end of the day, want to hear from the presidents of the manufacturing companies that they will go back and take a second look at some of these decisions. And if there is an opportunity that makes reasonable business sense, that they'll give the Frank Blankenbecklers and the people that he represents today an opportunity to continue in business. Because if they go out of business, it's gone. And, you know, ultimately, if nobody's selling cars and trucks, it doesn't matter what your manufacturing capability is, nobody's going to buy them. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back. As you know, there's another hearing going on downstairs. Mr. Markey's subcommittee is having a transmission hearing. I've got to run make a statement down there, too. But I'll be back up here for the question period. And thank you again for your many courtesies.
Thank you, Ms. Barton, and members will be moving in and out. And while I'm at it here, I should mention we have other members who are not part of the Energy and Commerce Committee, who are not part of this subcommittee, but are here. Dan Maffei over here from New York. I know he has some legislation pending on dealership. That's why he's here. He'll probably be in and out. Patrick Murphy's over here from Pennsylvania, not on committee, but very interested. You mentioned La Tourette, Mr. Barton. I saw him earlier. I'm sure he'll be popping in and out. I know he has legislation. And in all honesty, I think we have 435 members of Congress. I think 430 contacted me and all wanted their dealer to testify today. That wasn't possible. But we're to try to get through this hearing. We welcome members who'd like to sit and watch these proceedings. And but we're going to have to keep tight time frame on all members who have an opportunity to ask questions. For the members who are here who are not part of the committee, if you have an opening statement you'd like to submit for the record without objection, that would be accepted. And let me go one more thing. As we were preparing for this hearing, there were some concerns that members may get into the confidentiality agreement, or I should say the dealer agreement that GM has. And since Chrysler's already emerged out of bankruptcy, GM's still there. There is a confidentiality agreement with the dealers. And to talk with Mr. Walden here, it is our understanding that GM, Mr. Henderson, has no objection whatsoever to a dealer testifying before the subcommittee about its business, circumstances, or other matters involving the dealership. Further, it's our understanding that General Motors has no objection to the dealer testifying about the terms of the wind-down agreement itself. And GM is proud of these agreements and the assistance and support they will provide to dealers compared to what they would have received under an ordinary bankruptcy proceeding. GM does have concerns, though, on the confidentiality part of these wind-down agreements in two areas. The amount of the wind-down payment set forth in paragraph 3A, and any discussions with GM representatives about the wind-down amount found in that agreement. So I'm cautioning members that if you want to talk about the wind-down agreement, you have a right to. But we're not going to expect to witness this for proprietary and business reasons to get into financial amounts and things like this with the agreement. Other than that, we're in agreement with that. Mr. Henderson,
That's correct.
right. And Mr. Press, I take it you have no problems as long as we don't get into money exchanges with dealerships.
That's correct.
Okay. Okay, with that, let's continue with the opening statements. 3-minute opening statement. I'm going to hold you guys to it pretty firm. Next on the list would be Mr. Braley.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member Walden. I think you can tell from the interest in this hearing that it's something that affects all 435 congressional districts, and that's why I'm going to submit my written statement and focus instead on the human cost of what we're here to talk about, as Ranking Member Barton was just talking about. And I'm very fortunate one of my constituents, who is the chairman of the National Auto Dealers Association, John McEleney from Clinton, I was here because he works and sells cars in the heartland. And I think a lot of what we're talking about here today is an explanation of how the decisions that are being made are affecting dealers all over the country. My wife's grandfather, Bert Kolb, was the first Ford dealer in Dubuque, Iowa. And my uncle, Lyle Nesserhood, came home from World War II and at the request of one of his Navy buddies, moved to my hometown of Brooklyn, Iowa, and started working as a parts manager in a Chevy dealership that he later purchased and worked in for 60 years. And I want to talk a little bit about where we've been to get to where we are right now. Because I remember those fall rollouts of new models and the excitement that they brought to my hometown. And I remember those ads that my uncle ran in my hometown newspaper showing all of the employees of his dealership and how many years they had worked there to show the impact that his business was having on our community. Because those same employees were the ones volunteering in the Boy Scouts and the Little League and in school activities. And they were making our community a better place to live. And when you talk about these dealer closures, you're not just talking about the application of economic principles and mathematical formulations. You're talking about the impact on people's lives in every congressional district in this country. And that's why the issues we're going to be discussing today matter. That's why they matter to me, they matter to my colleagues on both sides of the aisle, and they matter to the constituents we represent. Because when these dealerships close, they don't just take away the opportunity to buy and get service for your cars and trucks. They take away the lifeblood of these communities. And it's much broader than simply the loss of sales and service. It's part of the fabric of this country. And Mr. Henderson and Mr. Press, your corporations were built on the backs of people like the dealers you see in this room who went out there, invested in their communities, and made you profitable during your boom times. And now I think each of you and your companies owe them and the taxpayers of this country a detailed explanation for your business decisions, because we have to live with the aftermath. And I welcome everyone's testimony on the committee and look forward to further opportunities to question the witness.
Thanks, Mr. Braley. Ms. DeGette for opening statement, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Following up on what Mr. Braley and Mr. Barton said, these bankruptcies and these closing of the local car dealerships are not just affecting the dealers themselves, but millions of people who live in all of our districts who are going to be inconvenienced at the very least. And the thing I'm struggling with is if bankruptcy reorganization is designed to help GM and Chrysler become leaner and meaner, become more efficient, then how does it help to close profitable dealerships? Because in my home state of Colorado, for example, 14 profitable Chrysler dealerships are going to be closed, and a number of other GM dealerships and some others. So I guess the reason why we're concerned is because on the one hand, we see these profitable dealerships in our districts. On the other hand, we see the need for consolidation and for saving money, but we don't quite understand how closing those profitable dealerships works, especially given the human implications. And that's why we're concerned, and that's why we're having this hearing. I think that our constituents deserve an explanation. I want to mention one other thing really briefly that's not the subject of this hearing, Mr. Chairman, but might be worth some further investigation. As part of the administration's bankruptcy plans, they are putting all of the product liability court claims into the bankruptcy court, which is going to wipe out the claims of victims who have had defective products. And talk about leaner and meaner. This is something that is going to hurt millions of Americans who have been injured by these cars and who don't have some kind of a fund set up through the bankruptcy. Now, in the past, when the government has has helped companies like GM and Chrysler through their bankruptcy plans, like with the asbestos. We set up a fund to compensate victims. But here, there's no fund whatsoever that's been set up to compensate victims. And I think this committee needs to look at this, and I also think the administration needs to revisit their policy of not setting up this kind of fund. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Thiget. Mr. Green from Texas, opening statement, please. 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Like my colleagues, I'd like my full statement to be placed into the record.
Without objection.
And I'm glad you're holding this hearing because it's probably one of the biggest issues that I've heard from in our district in a long time. And I guess the problem I have is that the lack of transparency on how the decisions were made. And I think that's hopefully the witnesses today will make some discussion or provide that to us. I didn't vote for the TARP bill last fall either time. One of the reasons is that I thought it was more of a bailout of Wall Street, not Main Street, and now we're seeing what's happening on Main Street because our dealerships are on Main Street in our area. And I'll give you a great example. The Houston market, where I'm from, already lost 3 large volume Chevrolet dealerships. And yet Knapp Chevrolet, one of the oldest dealerships in Houston, actually close to the Central Business District, which opened on December the 6th, 1941, the day before Pearl Harbor Day, received their letter and their appeal was denied. It's the only Chevy dealership in the downtown area. In fact, it's the only one inside what we call 610 Loop, and there are only 2 inside Beltway 8, which is miles and miles away. So now people in my district who live in the inner city will have to definitely go to the suburbs to have their car serviced or to buy a vehicle. More than 4,000 people live in the core of downtown Houston, and 74,000 people live within a 2-mile radius. And rapidly growing population of about 400,000 live within that 5-mile radius. And over 140,000 people work in downtown Houston with 17,000 students at downtown colleges. It seems to me that market is pretty sizable. And Knapp Chevrolet was actually one of the highest profitability in the top 20% for many years. I guess that's what's frustrating, how this decision was made. People working in downtown Houston could drop their cars off in their trucks and get serviced, and then they would shuttle them back and forth. And again, on Wednesday of this week, Knapp Chevrolet received the denial of their appeal for no reasons at all. Nothing, just your appeal was denied. We're losing a lot of high-paying jobs. We have a lot of high-paying jobs in downtown Houston. I don't know why it is. And that comes from someone who buys Chevrolet and GM products. I drive Chevy trucks. I'm kind of Texas that way, and we're going to continue to buy them. I'm glad they're made in Mr. Barton's district. And I know the witnesses may not be able to answer individually why that happened, but when you lose, in the last year, we've lost 3 huge Chevy dealerships in the Houston market. Why we would go in and pick one of the oldest and the only one within the inner city to close, it just kind of boggles my mind. And so with that, Mr. Chairman, I'll yield back my time and appreciate you calling this hearing. And like other members, I'm getting ready to go down to the transmission hearing down in a room below us, but I'll be back. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Green. Mr. Doyle for opening statement, please. 3 minutes.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Thanks for holding this hearing, and I want to thank you personally for allowing Jim Golick from Golick Jeep Chrysler, a constituent of mine and someone in my district, for allowing him to testify today. I didn't have a prepared statement, Mr. Chairman. I just want to make a few comments. My friend Joe Barton says maybe we're in a new era, and I fear that maybe he's right. You know, growing up in Pittsburgh, I've had the privilege of representing Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, and the Turtle Creek and Mon Valley in Congress. We're blue-collar kids. Our dads and grandfathers made the steel that go into a lot of your cars. We look after one another in Pittsburgh. We buy from our own. We were taught never to buy foreign cars where I grew up. The thought never would occur to us. We buy American, and we buy from the people we know. I remember Mr. Gaddy had the local pharmacy on the corner. He's long gone. There's no more family pharmacies left. It's all the big box stores. Mr. Tamarello had the hardware store where I grew up. No more family hardware stores. Now it's Home Depot, Walmart. But we always had our car dealerships. Jim's family has been in business at the same location since 1935. Institution in the Mon Valley, in the Turtle Creek Valley. I've proudly bought 3 Jeeps. I wouldn't buy a Jeep from anyone else beside the Golicks. I don't care that their showroom isn't fancy. I don't care that it's not the newest, most modern looking place, or they don't have a giant floor. What they have is service. They know you when you come in. You don't have to they don't take that little piece of paper back to the manager and say, I'll try to get you a better deal, and go through that whole dog and pony show they pull at these big places. They give you a good price right up front, and they take care of you. That's why I buy Jeeps there. I wouldn't think of going anywhere else. I raised my family on Dodge Caravans. My wife Susan and I, we have 4 children. That car took care of our family for years. I owned a bunch of them. Got it from another local family dealership. We're losing that. We're losing that in this country. This idea that you can buy from people you know and trust, that you know are going to take care of you. You don't have to guess if they're going to take care of you. You know they're going to take care of you. That's why I buy the cars I buy at the places I buy. Now, Jim tells me he's met his quota plus every year since he's been in business. These guys started out in 1935, a Hudson dealer. Then it was Jeep Eagle, you know, then Jeep Chrysler when Chrysler come through. You can't take people like this off. You just can't replace people like this. I can't imagine myself, I've never bought a foreign car, but I can't imagine myself ever buying a Jeep again if the Golicks aren't in business in Pittsburgh. I don't understand how they're costing you money. I think they're a revenue stream for you guys. And if some reason this has to happen, I want to know why you're not taking care of people who spent 70 years and generations selling your cars, and as you tell them that they don't have a business anymore, that you're not doing something to help these guys out in the transition. So I have lots of questions, Mr. Chairman. I'm just glad that you're holding this hearing today so that I can ask them.
Thank you, Mr. Doyle. Ms. Sutton from Ohio, please.
Thank you, Chairman Stupak, for holding the hearing, and thank you very much for inviting one of my constituent dealers, Alan Spitzer, here to testify today. Mr. Spitzer is losing 7 of his Chrysler dealerships. And additionally, there are 2 other Chrysler dealerships in my district that are being eliminated. Across Ohio, 47 Chrysler dealerships are being eliminated, and the Ohio Auto Dealers Association estimates that 130 GM dealerships may be cut. The impacts of these decisions on families and local economies will be substantial. And we heard from the distinguished gentleman from Pennsylvania, and I associate myself with his remarks. On average, 43 people work at a dealership in Ohio, where the average pay is $44,000 a year. With these closings, millions of dollars of income will disappear with the jobs, and those jobs are lost on top of the 2,000 auto manufacturing jobs that will be eliminated by the closing of the Chrysler Twinsburg plant, the GM Mansfield Metal Center plant, and GM's powertrain unit in Parma. These dealers and their employees, they're not merely statistics. They have families, they have mortgages, and dare I say, they have car payments. And in the time that I've been in Congress, we've been fighting. We've been fighting hard to try and keep those jobs in America. Because if people do not have good jobs in the United States, they're not going to have any money to buy things. And they can't be consumers. And over the last few months, along with my colleagues, many of them in this room, we've been working on the Consumer Assistance to Recycle and Save Act, known as the CARS Act, which passed earlier this week. And through the CARS Act, manufacturers, it's going to help manufacturers, and it's going to help auto-related jobs throughout the country while improving the environment and helping consumers. But again, it's called the CARS Act, but it's really not about cars. It's about people. It's about the people who produce those cars. And our job here, the actions that we've been taking, and it's really important to understand, have not been taken just to preserve the brands of GM and Chrysler. It's been preserved, it's to preserve the jobs that our families and our friends and our neighbors and our communities depend upon for their tax base, to fund their police and their fire and their schools and their other city services. It's about people. And the impact of the decisions that have been made have been extreme, and they've been decimating to many. Now, we've been trying to get answers and trying to understand the rationale that has been undertaken to come to these decisions. And I think you've heard it here today that we don't get it. We don't understand it. And we want to know why, if you're trying to sell more cars, why having less salespeople to do it, who have been committed to do it for years and decades on end, will result in more sales. That just doesn't seem logical to many of us here, or logical to many of the people who are out there in our communities about to become jobless or who have become jobless because of the decisions that have been taken. So I'm interested in hearing about that, and I'm also interested in making sure and hearing the commitment, hopefully from the companies, about how we're going to keep the market share that is of cars that are being sold in the United States from the companies at its present level or increase it, so that we're not selling more cars from GM or Chrysler that are imported. Because again, we haven't been taking these actions to save the brands. We've been taking these actions to save our manufacturing base, strengthen our nation, and to preserve the jobs of so many that are in our districts and across the country. And I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Sutton. And the CARS Act that she mentioned is really called Cash for Clunkers, as we call it. She was the lead author, along myself, Mr. Dingo, a bunch of us on this committee. In fact, it went through this committee. We went to the floor. We had votes on the floor this week. We got that passed. It's actually now in conference. So the Cash for Clunkers, hopefully next week we can have that done. So this committee has always been supportive of the auto industry, no doubt about that. And last but not least, Mr. Welch from Vermont, opening statement, 3 minutes, please.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman and Mr. Walden. I really appreciate you calling this hearing. I'm going to be repetitive. The reason I'm going to be repetitive is that this is a catastrophe for every community where we have car dealers that have been doing a good job, and you guys know it. I mean, Mike Doyle was talking about the family dealerships. I was talking to the Handys, 52 years, father to son, supporting Little League teams, providing good service, good jobs in their community, and they get a letter telling them no. Wade Walker is here from Vermont, one of our great car dealers who's been playing a lead role, and you've heard these stories one after another, and it doesn't seem to sink in. One of the things that's bewildering to us is that, as we understand it, the car dealers pay basically for everything. Every single thing that they get from the manufacturers they have to pay for, from brochures to signs. And I just asked Wade to put together a few facts for me. $2,200 he has to pay every year, $21,000 actually for special tools. These are tools you could go down the street and get for next to nothing, and they got to pay $21,000 to the manufacturers because that's part of the deal. $2,000 for parts and service promotion, $3,200 to put up a sign. Your sign they have to put up every year. They have to sign a contract, and I guess it's a 10-year contract. They got to pay for that. $3,200 per employee to send a service training, $10,000 to hook up to the computer, $5,000 for the brochures. So it's money out of their pocket that supports the manufacturers. So it's very hard for us to understand why it is these guys are, quote, a drain on the business model. Secondly, I think what you're hearing from all of us is that there's something wrong with the business model that basically says in order to survive, we've got to crush our local dealers. We've got to take out of the community some of the folks in the community that have been doing the most to create a sense of community and to provide local jobs. I mean, the economy has to be about making a living in our local communities. And we are going dead wrong if we can't have a business model that rewards local success and gives people in a community they're willing to take a risk to do a job, provide a service, be related to their customers, if they don't have a place in the economy and in the auto future of this country. You know, it's almost as though each one of the manufacturers wants to have one dealer on steroids that can sell to everybody in the country over the internet, and it just ain't going to work. So, Mr. Chairman and Mr. Walden, I really appreciate you having this hearing. My hope is that we can find a way where there is a place that includes our local car dealers that have been doing so much for so many for so long. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Welch. Good. You got time, Jan. If you have an opening statement, a 3-minute opening statement, now would be a time. Give yourself a second, get situated there.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Chairman. I appreciate this hearing, and the circumstances that bring us here today are really unfortunate. Despite signs that the economic downturn has slowed and maybe even turning around, many Americans are still unemployed or fearful of losing their jobs, and for some, for many, this fear is very real. Two iconic companies here today, Chrysler and GM, are closing more than 2,000 dealerships nationwide, with potential job losses numbering in the hundreds of thousands. This move will impact every state and city in the United States. On Tuesday, 789 Chrysler dealerships closed their doors, including some in Chicago. About where I'm from, about 2,500 GM dealers closed by the end of the year. There are 3 GM dealers in my district and another 4 nearby that my constituents depend on. There's been no public announcement of whether any of those businesses will close, but the employees and their families go to sleep every night wondering what the news will bring in the morning. And I'm glad that this committee will have the opportunity to review how the decisions are made to close certain dealerships. Closures of local businesses of this magnitude will severely harm communities and local economies that are already strained, and nationwide these closures have an exponentially larger effect. We have to determine whether the process used for deciding whether and which dealers to close was fair to all involved. We also have to begin to think about how to assist those who have lost or will lose their jobs. In addition, we must look to the future of our nation's historic auto industry. I have no doubt that these brands will be able to make a comeback, building and selling the cars and trucks of the future, ones that are energy efficient, innovative, and uniquely American. Also, while this may not be the primary focus of this hearing, it has been brought to my attention that there are concerns about how GM and Chrysler's restructuring will affect injury and liability claims from current customers. I think this issue is important and is something that we may want to consider in the future. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for your indulgence, and I yield back.
Thank you. That concludes the opening statements of all members of the Oversight Investigation Subcommittee. Let me introduce our first panel of witnesses. Some of the members have asked to introduce some of them. I'll yield to them at that appropriate time and keep your comments brief. But first we have Mr. James Press, who's president of Chrysler, LLC. Mr. Fritz Henderson, Chief Executive Officer of General Motors Corporation. Mr. Braley, you want to introduce Mr. John McEleney?
Yes, I'm very pleased to have John McEleney, who's the chairman of the National Auto Dealers Association and also president of McEleney Auto Center in Clinton, Iowa, in my district, and also has another franchise in Iowa City. Welcome, John.
Mr. Alan Spitzer of Spitzer Automotive Group of Betty, help me out, Elyria, Ohio? Elyria. You want to introduce him?
Mr. Spitzer, as I said in my opening statement, has been in the business a long time in Elyria and the surrounding area. 100 years, I believe, in the auto dealership.
We're 5 years older than General Motors and more than 20 years older than Chrysler.
Well, those are pretty deep roots, and I am honored and I'm grateful, Mr. Chairman, that you brought Mr. Spitzer here to share his experience, not only in obviously providing our communities with the cars they need to drive, but helping to shore up so much within our community by sponsoring organizations and contributing to the quality of life there.
Next we have Mr. Bob Thomas. Mr. Walden, you'd like to say a few words there?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Thomas is a constituent of mine from Bend, Oregon. His grandfather formed the dealership for General Motors in 1918. He served as lieutenant in the U.S. Marine Corps from 1969 to 1972. He's a graduate of Stanford University. Serves on the boards of the United Way of Deschutes County, Greater Bend Rotary, St. Charles Hospital Foundation, Boys and Girls Club, Bend Chamber of Commerce, Oregon State University Cascades Campus, and the Central Oregon Visitors Association. Kind of person you'd want to represent your company in Central Oregon.
Next is Mr. Daniel Kiekenapp of Tacoma Dodge in Tacoma, Washington. He was requested by Mr. Dix. Am I saying your name right or wrong? Mr. Kiekenapp. Kiekenapp. Okay. Thanks for being here. And Mr. Dix asked that you be here. Mr. James Golick, Mr. Doyle, you want to say a few words there?
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. It's a pleasure to welcome my friend Jim Golick at today's hearing. Jim and his family of Golick Chrysler Jeep have been at the same location in Pittsburgh since 1935, a business that's still owned and operated by his family. They started with a Hudson franchise. Then Golick sold cars from AMC, Jeep, and later Eagle. Several mergers later, Golick was a successful Jeep Eagle dealer till 1999. In 2000, they acquired the Chrysler franchise. Now they're a Chrysler Jeep dealer, have sold over 10,000 new and used vehicles over the last few decades. They have consistently held the highest customer satisfaction rating for sales and service in the state of Pennsylvania. And I welcome you, Jim.
Next is Mr. Duane Paddock of Paddock Chevrolet in Kenmore, New York. Thanks for being here. And last but not least, Mr. Barton's not back, is Mr. Frank Blankenbeckler, the third of Carlisle Chevrolet Company of Waxahachie, Texas. Frank is here with his son, Austin, and thank you for coming. Thank you for coming. Joe, do you want to say anything about your witness? Is it time to introduce him? It is. I just did a half-hearted job, but
all right.
You know him better than I do. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've been down in the electricity hearing. It is my honor to introduce Frank Blankenbeckler. He is a native of Waxahachie, Texas, graduated from Waxahachie High School, went to the University of Texas where he lettered in basketball. He came back home to Waxahachie and entered the business that his grandfather started in 1926. He is one of the civic leaders in Waxahachie. He and his family have been major donors to every civic improvement in the last 50 years in that community. And as I said in my opening statement last year, his business and the 40 employees generated revenues that resulted in over $1.3 million in taxes being paid to various state, local, and federal entities. He is considered one of the leading entrepreneurs, businessman, philanthropist of his hometown, and I consider him to be a personal friend. So we're honored to have him here, and as I said earlier, I think he represents hundreds, if not thousands, of family-owned dealerships that have been in business for decades, and most of those dealerships hopefully want to continue in a positive business relationship that is positive for themselves and for General Motors and Chrysler and Ford, who's not here. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. And so also I understand Mr. Blankenbeckler's son, Austin's here, right? He's also in the car business? Okay, thank you. Okay, that's our first panel of witnesses. It's a policy of this subcommittee to take all testimony under oath. Please be advised that you have the right to be advised by counsel during your testimony. Do any of you wish to be represented by counsel? Everyone's shaking their head no. If at any time you wish to be advised by counsel, let me know before you answer a question, and we'll accommodate that. Therefore, since we take our testimony under oath, I'm going to ask you all to rise. Please raise your right hand to take the oath. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give to be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but truth, and matter pending before this committee? Let the record reflect that the witnesses replied in the affirmative. You're all now under oath. We're to start with your opening statement, which would also be under oath. I'm going to ask you to please limit it to 5 minutes. We have an unusually large panel. That's because of all the interest in this hearing. Mr. Press, if you don't mind, we'll start with you, and then we'll do Mr. Henderson, then Mr. McEleney, and then we'll go Mr. Thomas and Mr. Blankenbeckler, Mr. Paddock, Mr. Kiekenapp, Mr. Spitzer, and Mr. Golick. That'll be the order. Mr. Press, would you like to start, please? 5 minutes.
Thank you. Chairman Stupak, Ranking Member Walden, and members of the committee, I appreciate this opportunity to discuss why a realigned dealer network is important to the new Chrysler Group. Despite completing a painful restructuring, the new Chrysler Group will retain 86% of its dealers by volume and 75% by location. I empathize with the dealers who were not brought forward into the new company, and I surely understand their disappointment. This has been the most difficult business action I've ever personally taken. I'd like to begin first by answering the 4 questions that I have been asked most often while I've been here in Washington. First, was discontinuing these dealers really necessary for Chrysler's survival? The answer is absolutely yes. Today's automotive industry cannot support the number of dealers currently in the marketplace. We've gone from 17 million new vehicle sales in 2006 to less than 10 million today. As a whole, the Chrysler dealer network is not profitable and not viable. In 2008, the average U.S. auto dealer sold 525 vehicles and made a profit of $279,000. The Chrysler dealer average was 405 vehicles and lost $3,431. Without profits, dealers can't invest in people or training, facilities. As a result, sales and customer satisfaction suffers. The old Chrysler's multiple dealer channel was too costly to support. I'll give some examples of that in a moment. And to complete our bankruptcy process and our alliance with Fiat, we needed a realigned new dealer network for the new company to emerge on day one. On June 9th, the bankruptcy court authorized the discontinuation of our dealer agreements as part of our optimization plan. In his order, Judge Gonzalez said the dealer restructuring plan was, quote, an exercise of sound business judgment made in good faith and for legitimate commercial reasons, unquote. The judge also said in his ruling that the dealer reorganization was, quote, appropriate and necessary. On June 10th, the Fiat-Chrysler alliance was launched with a right-sized new dealer network. Second question, dealers don't cost the company anything, do they? Well, in fact, they do. The cost to Chrysler of an oversized dealer network includes both lost sales and excessive spending. First of all, dealers have a minimum sales responsibility every year. It's realistic and conservative and based on their average sales of Chrysler sales. Underperforming dealers cost unit sales as well as revenue. In 2008, of the 789 discontinued dealers, 80% of them were below their minimum sales responsibility, which translated into 55,000 lost sales, $1.5 billion in lost revenue. Second, the old Chrysler dealer network included many dealers that sell only one or two of the three brands. This has led to tremendous redundancies and inefficiencies in product development and brand strategy. For example, we spent $1.4 billion in the last product cycle in engineering and development cost for sister vehicles that did not return 1 cent of incremental profit or sales. For example, Chrysler currently supplies dealers with 2 similar minivans, 2 similar full-size sport utilities, 2 similar mid-size SUVs, and 2 similar sedans. We cannot afford to produce unique products any longer, and that's one of the real reasons that the company had to declare bankruptcy. Other cost inefficiencies include $150 million annually in marketing and advertising, $33 million annually in just administrative costs to work with the dealer body. Third question. My discontinued dealer says he's profitable. Well, so why not keep him? Profitability alone is not an adequate measure to determine a dealer's viability or value to Chrysler's future. Chrysler's discontinued dealers were, for the most part, the least profitable dealers in the network. On average, the discontinued dealers lost $73,000 last year. But, of course, some of them are profitable. Yes, some of them are profitable, but their new Chrysler business may not be. In fact, most of the profitability of these dealers in question is driven from used car business or the sales of other makes in the same business. Several problems beyond profitability contributed to certain dealers being discontinued. Many dealers are in the wrong location. 555 of the 789 are standalone. They do not have all 3 brands. They aren't viable. We can no longer produce products to keep those dealers alive. 50% sell 100 or fewer vehicles per year. 84% sell more used than new. 44% sell competing brands from the same showroom. Here's a typical example, a Dodge dealer in the Mid-Atlantic area. This dealer is profitable, but he also sells Buick, Pontiac, Subaru, Isuzu, and of his new car sales, Dodge only represents 3% of his sales, total sales for his dealership last year. That's a good example of the situation that we face. So while some of the 789 dealers may be profitable, chances are they're making money selling used cars, competitive vehicles, and by our assessment, they're a drag on the network in total. The last page of my presentation isn't here, but I'll paraphrase it very quickly. And that is that this is a very painful process. Going through bankruptcy was not our choice. The company is no longer a functioning organization. We've had to make some very difficult decisions in business that would assure, by making these tough calls for 789 dealers, we've got 2,391 dealers not represented here in small towns with little leagues, with a lot of employees whose jobs and business is saved, along with the full enterprise of our company, the suppliers, and the rest of the nation. This was a very difficult decision that we've made. It's one that we want to share with you in terms of transparency. We have taken every step to make this a soft landing for the dealers involved, and you will find out soon that all of the vehicles in the discontinued dealers have been redistributed, along with most of the parts and almost the equipment. We stand ready to answer your questions and respond to any suggestions that you may have. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Press. Mr. Henderson, your opening statement, please.
Good morning, and thank you, Chairman Stupak and Ranking Member Walden.
You want to pull
Behind
that
each
just a
action-
bit closer, right?
Yep. Let me get this here. Behind each action we are taking to reinvent GM, there's a human story. Our dealers are part of the larger GM family. They're valued business partners, and for many consumers, the face of General Motors. However, the sacrifices, all painful, that we are all making are necessary to put GM on a brighter path to a long-term viability and success. We owe this to the U.S. taxpayer. In essence, this is our last chance to delever, reduce debt, to operate under competitive labor agreements, to have the manufacturing capacity that matches today's market realities, and most importantly, to continue to design and build winning cars and trucks with leading technology. We simply cannot undergo this sweeping transformation without a comparable effort to reshape our retail network, one which was largely created in the 50s and the 60s. We've been called upon to make tough commercial decisions, and we will do so responsibly and compassionately. And in the case of our dealers, to act as carefully, responsibly, and objectively as we can to help them wind down their businesses in an orderly fashion with a structured assistance package that benefits them relative to their alternatives. This approach is in stark contrast to what happens in most contracts in bankruptcy, where contracts are typically simply rejected with no assistance. And unfortunately, we are a company today in bankruptcy. Let me first discuss cost and then sales opportunities that are relevant to these dealer decisions. A concentrated, and highly profitable dealer network will reduce costs for GM at a time when every dollar is precious. These cost savings come in two categories. A right-sized network of strong dealers will allow GM to systematically, and this is over time, reduce direct dealer support programs, which today involve for General Motors about $2 billion here in the U.S., or approximately $1,000 per retail sale. This is a gross savings of a little less than $1 million per discontinued dealer. This, however, does not take place immediately because these support programs, or in fact subsidies, have been incorporated over many years to help dealer profitability as our dealer network has unfortunately weakened financially. To the best of our knowledge, our best-in-class competitors today bear few, if any, of these costs. Our consolidation will also provide an estimated $415 million in gross fixed cost savings potential. Items like guaranteed local advertising, assistance, service and training, and information technology systems, or a potential of approximately $180,000 per dealer. Second, our dealer consolidation is not just about saving money, but about creating opportunity and revenue growth. It's about our dealers augmenting our efforts to greatly enhance consumer perception in our products, brands, and General Motors directly and on a daily basis. That's why in every other aspect of the retail business, from Harley-Davidson to Apple stores, and yes, Toyota and Honda, you see that a premium is placed on creating a distinct, consistent, and top-notch retail experience. That's why we're building a profitable business plan for between 3,500 and 3,800 U.S. dealers by the end of 2010, which with a retail sales market of over 10 million units and a conservative share assumption would allow our dealers to approximately double their throughput. For dealers, this translates into a greater return on investment, better profits, and the ability to attract and retain new customers and the best people to service our vehicles. Finally, even with these cutbacks, GM will still have the largest dealer network in the country, more than any of our competitors. In our case, around 3,600 versus, for example, Toyota's at 1,200. This would include an extensive rural network of 1,500 dealers nationally in markets where we hold today, on average, more than a 10-point advantage in market share. While we're operating with the highest sense of urgency, it's equally important we get this process right considering the personal and financial stakes at hand. We recognize we won't get every call right. That's why we're listening and working with the dealers and with the NADA to give us all a better understanding of their concerns. As a result, we've sent our dealers a letter this week clarifying various subjects in the participation agreement, most notably dueling with competitive makes and performance standards. So what's the current status of our work in this important front? We have in place an appeals process and have considered 856 appeal requests as of yesterday and have granted 45. We'll continue to evaluate all GM dealers against a common set of performance standards to ensure that our selection process is fair and robust. As of today's deadline, we're encouraged by the progress we're making, and the overall dealer response has been strong. Approximately 99% of GM dealers have signed or verbally agreed to our participation agreements, while almost 96% have done so with the wind-down agreements. In closing, we're deeply grateful for the support of these dealers. They're helping to create a viable GM that will preserve over 200,000 jobs at GM's remaining dealers, along with hundreds of thousands of jobs with GM's direct manufacturing and supply network. We're also grateful for your support during this critical time. We take our responsibility to the American taxpayers very seriously, and we promise to be open and transparent in all we do every step of the way. Thank you. I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Henderson. Mr. McEleney, please, National Auto Dealer Association.
Thank you. Chairman Stupak. Thank you. About the treatment of dealers throughout this ordeal. In the initial viability submissions, Chrysler mentioned nothing other than continuing their current program to facilitate dealer consolidation. Yet bankruptcy has left 789 Chrysler dealerships without franchises on 26 days' notice without even buying back their vehicles, parts, and factory-specific tools. No manufacturer has ever done this. GM's original viability submissions reflected the desire to eliminate some brands, and its call for additional dealer consolidation was over an extended period of time. Now, besides the brand eliminations, 1,350 additional GM dealers face terminations on a much more aggressive timeline. Why this dramatic shift? In response to a question before the Senate Banking Committee on June 10th, Ron Bloom of the Auto Task Force said, and I quote, "We did not give the companies a numerical target, but we certainly did say regarding plants, regarding dealers, regarding white and blue-collar headcount, regarding all these matters that you need to be more aggressive," close quote. Everyone agrees that these companies need to decrease cost and increase revenue, but dealer cuts do not achieve these goals. The other key elements of the restructurings provide direct and timely cost savings to GM and to Chrysler. In sharp contrast, terminating a dealership does not provide any material cost savings. The retail network, the land, the buildings, the employees, training, the dealers pay for all of this. As detailed in my written testimony, we dispute the notion that the dealer network imposes any significant per vehicle cost or any significant administrative costs on the manufacturers. Indeed, company officials have been widely quoted as saying that the manufacturer's costs do not vary whether there are 6,000 dealers or 3,000 dealers. Moreover, the faster, deeper approach of the Auto Task Force will actually reduce manufacturer revenue at this critical juncture. Over 90% of Chrysler and GM's revenues come from the dealers because the dealers buy the cars, the parts, and even the dealership signs from the manufacturers. Automakers will tell you that it takes at least 18 months to regain the sales of a closed dealership. And that's the best case scenario. In short, the dealer terminations will cause revenue losses for the manufacturers without any corresponding cost savings. As such, we do not see how these cuts make economic sense. Not for the companies, not for the dealers, not for local communities, and certainly not for the struggling U.S. economy. Now I'll turn to the status of the GM agreements, both the participation agreements for those dealers going forward and the wind-down agreements for those dealers who lose their franchises. Last week, during my testimony to the Senate Commerce Committee, I voiced NADA's concerns about the extremely one-sided participation agreements delivered to 4,000 dealers of the new GM. During that hearing, Mr. Henderson committed to meet with NADA to discuss our concerns. GM followed through on that commitment. Our leadership met with senior GM officials last Friday, and we had a very frank discussion. As a result, GM has agreed to make significant improvements in the participation agreement. Additionally, GM is committed to clarify some of the terms of the wind-down agreements, and NADA will continue to work with GM to improve these agreements. We appreciate GM's efforts to interact with NADA on these crucial matters. In conclusion, Mr. Chairman, I want to thank you again for convening this hearing because we still have fundamental concerns. These government-negotiated bankruptcies continue to threaten dealer rights under state motor vehicle franchise laws. These laws inject balance in the inherently unbalanced economic relationship between a dealer and the manufacturer, and they also provide consumers a reliable, convenient, and competitive auto retail network. Therefore, Congress should ensure that the franchise laws of 50 states apply with full force and effect, especially when the new Chrysler and the new GM are operating outside of bankruptcy. We urge members of Congress to support H.R. 2743, which would restore fundamental rights to dealers. We stand ready to work with you to achieve this goal. Thank you for holding this important hearing, and thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you. We're going to now go from my left to right with the dealers. Mr. Thomas, would you like to begin? Pull that mic over, turn on until I get a green light, and speak into it so we can hear you and they can also pick it up. Is your mic on, sir?
Push the button.
Good.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member Walden. May 15, 11 a.m., the FedEx truck arrives. Employees watch as the driver hands me the thin cardboard envelope that contains our destiny. I received an unsigned letter from General Motors. The tone of the letter was vague and referred to criteria but not specific methodology, neither stating the relative importance of each nor how great a period of time was being referenced. The letter stated, quote, "We don't think we will be able to renew your contract in October 2010. This is not final. Submit what you like by the end of the month to this email address." The significance of this letter became clear on June 2 when the content of the vague letter had been construed into the offer of a wind-down agreement. The agreement offered on the 2nd had to be returned in time to arrive in Detroit by the 12th, a scant 10 days to decide one's options, to confer with professionals regarding unprecedented legal matters and loved ones about our financial and professional future. My grandfather immigrated to the U.S. in 1900 and by 1918 had established himself as a Chevrolet dealer in Bend, Oregon. His daughter married my father and he was a dealer until 1982 when I succeeded him. Our company has woven itself into the social fabric of the community since the time it was a village. Our family has provided automobile sales and service, civic leadership, and community involvement every year continuously since 1916. These are hard times for Bend, but not as difficult as those we survived in the Great Depression and the World Wars. General Motors has been with us the whole time, from 1918 forward. We have been GM to our community. Now it is a dark time when GM must abandon our town, our region, and us. Just as GM is an icon, we enjoy iconic status in our region, always there, always helpful and compassionate, always acting responsibly. The letters we garnered in support to our appeal to GM were humbling in their appreciation of our caliber and quality of service and community support. Moreover, there was confusion as to why Bend, now 80,000 strong, will be abandoned, as will we, their dealer of choice, the largest GM dealership in Central and Eastern Oregon. Their world is crumbling. Things they thought they could count on being are taken away. Long-standing reliability, integrity, a safe harbor, in a very real sense, our customers are afraid. Who benefits from this taking, this cancellation that is so unnecessary, so wrong, so wrongly executed? Not GM. Having no dealer in Bend will not increase GM sales. Not the 216,000 people in our region who are left solely with a small GM dealer in a tiny town at its perimeter with limited inventory and repair capacity. Not our community who has relied on us always to generously support its activities. Not our employees who are highly trained to work on sophisticated GM products like Cadillac and Chevrolet and service clientele with courtesy and compassion. Not our customers who bought our products thinking like we did that we would be here forever. That's our business model, the longest term you can imagine. Always do it right. Be here for the long haul. Earn the loyalty of your clientele, and they will reward you with long-term patronage. Over the years, that's been GM's business model too, and we were a good fit for 91 years until we got cut from the team. Why are these cuts necessary? I recently attended a meeting of letter recipients in Oregon. Who was there? A room full of respectable business people with whom I have attended GM business meetings for 30 years. Obviously, they are able business people to have survived, as have we. The marketplace should be the sole arbiter of who should fall by the wayside, not the arbitrary acts of well-meaning administrators. If the plan to replace us with another GM dealer, why have we been deprived of the opportunity to make such a transaction with their approval? Will our market be awarded to a GM favorite or insider? This would seem to be an unreasonable and wrongful taking of a valuable asset, nurtured through the years only to be snatched by an overreaching at a moment of opportunity inside the bankruptcy. And what of the inventory that remains? In our case, some $4 million, the value of which could shrink by $1 million or more from what we paid. Over a year's supply of GM cars await our sale. $500,000 of parts cannot be returned. What I would hope for in such dire straits would be a request of reason. Allow us to provide support for those GM customers in our region and relieve us of the inventory obligations we incurred in good faith by repurchasing at what we paid. This is a small price to pay for potentially depriving a long and faithful associate of its livelihood.
Thank you, Mr. Thomas. Mr. Blankenbeckler, your opening statement, please, sir.
My name is Frank A. Blankenbeckler III. I'm the dealer principal of Carlisle, Chevrolet-Cadillac, Jeep in Waxahachie, Texas. To my knowledge, the oldest Chevrolet dealership in the state of Texas. The Cadillac line was added in 1990, and the Jeep line was added around 1978. This dealership was operated continuously in the same community under the same family ownership since 1926. The dealership was founded in 1926 by my maternal grandfather, Y.C. Carlisle. My father, Frank A. Blankenbeckler, Jr., who was awarded a Bronze Star for his service to his country at Bastogne during World War II, and who received a master's in tax law from Harvard, married my mother in 1947, and moved to Waxahachie to be the dealer at Carlisle Chevrolet for the next 55 years. I graduated from the University of Texas in 1974 with an MBA. Since that time, I've had one job. I've been a GM Jeep dealer for nearly 35 years. Approximately 3 years ago, my son graduated from Ole Miss and joined me at the dealership to fulfill his childhood dream of being an automobile dealer, like his father, his grandfather, and his great-grandfather before him. During these 84 years of dealership ownership and operation, my family has been one of the most generous and civic-minded in Waxahachie. My family was very instrumental in the founding of Baylor Hospital there, the YMCA, served on the school board, and made many other numerous contributions, too numerous to mention. The point of this type of introduction is to state that my family has been an integral and generous part of Waxahachie for a long time. On May 13th, I received a letter from Chrysler. It stated I would no longer be a Jeep dealer after June 9. On May 14th, I received a letter from GM stating that my Chevrolet and Cadillac dealer agreements would not be extended beyond 2010. In 24 hours, I was told that everything my family and I have worked for 84 years would be taken away with no compensation. I've introduced a folder which conveys some facts about Carlisle Chevrolet. I would like to request this folder and the balance of my testimony to be entered into the record.
Without objection, Mr. Walden had supplied it to the committee. Without objection, they'll be part of your testimony.
The pages of this folder show the location of the dealership, include an article by the local paper, and a page of facts about the dealership. I would particularly encourage you to look at the total amount of taxes paid by Carlisle in 2008, about $1.3 million. It contains sales history, CSI scores, and a couple of articles about the dealership that is located next door. I can assure you that Carlisle is not the bottom of the heap in regards to its peers per this folder. I want to make mention of my employees. Over the years, Carlisle has had numerous employees that have worked for my family for 35 to 50 years. Time doesn't permit me to do them justice. My point is Carlisle has had and currently has the best people in the industry. I would like to mention to the committee the human element of these actions by GM and Chrysler. Nearly 90 souls depend on Carlisle for their existence. With our closing, these people will be subjected to serious economic hardship. I've had numerous offers to sell my business. I have had that right taken away. My family will be left with a single-purpose dealership facility with no tenant. This is senseless. My grandfather paid for Carlisle Chevrolet from his labors. My father paid my grandmother for Carlisle Chevrolet through his efforts. It took me nearly 20 years to pay my parents for Carlisle Chevrolet. It took GM and Chrysler a mere 24 hours to take Carlisle Chevrolet from me. This makes no sense. Why is this happening? GM and Chrysler have stated publicly they have not used the bankruptcy code to usurp state and local motor vehicle codes and statutes. This is patently not true. I don't care how it's spun. GM dealers have offered either a wind-down agreement or a participation agreement. The content of these agreements is horrible. Dealers are told to either sign the agreements or GM will petition the bankruptcy court to have them immediately terminated. There is no alternative to signing these new agreements. This is wrong. Now I'd like to address what I think is the most important part of my testimony. In a period of 24 hours, my business was essentially taken from me with no real explanation other than that these are difficult times. How in this country can a man's property be taken without due process and without compensation and apparently given to another dealer with better political connections who has been in my community for less than a year for nothing? I adamantly think my constitutional rights have been violated. I think I'm a victim of an illegal taking. This is the most important point of this hearing in my mind, and I think it is the feeling of all the dealers that are in the same position. I feel like it should be the concern of all Americans. When your property rights are destroyed, how long will it be until it happens to you? I'm hurt. I feel violated, and I'm extremely upset. I wear my father's Bronze Star label pin on my coat. He was truly a member of the greatest generation. I'm glad that he is not alive to witness this terrible injustice. To have risked his life for a country that do what they're doing would have destroyed him. I love my country, and I love my state. I feel great pain in what is happening. It is my hope and my prayer that I will be able to continue my life and not be consumed by bitterness should this situation not be reversed and this country not return to the tenets of the founding fathers who created it. Thank you for hearing my testimony.
Thank you. Mr. Paddock, your opening statement, please, sir. You might want to pull that mic a little closer. They don't pick up as well as we think they do. Thanks.
Good morning. I am a go-forward dealer. My name is Duane Paddock, dealer owner of Paddock Chevrolet in Kenmore, New York, where we employ 135 of the finest, most hardworking Americans in the Buffalo area. I'm proud to say that Paddock Chevrolet is currently the largest GM dealership in the nation, and we have been proudly serving Western New York for almost 75 years. I'm really pleased to be here today. It seems especially appropriate, for me at least, since my father passed away exactly 15 years ago to this day. It was on that day the livelihoods of my employees were passed on to my hands, and our company's responsibility to our community had to be preserved. In addition to my responsibilities at the dealership, I serve as chairman of GM's National Dealer Council, known as the NDC, for the past 2.5 years, a position I was elected to by my fellow GM dealers. The state of our industry is this. The U.S. marketplace for automobiles is the most open and competitive in the world, with that competition taking place across a wide variety of brands, competing dealers, and now the Internet. But it is a recognized fact that since 2006, a rapid decline of our retail business across all automakers, domestic and foreign, has occurred. Our industry has gone from an annual selling pace of over 17 million units to just more than 9 million. My fellow dealers, every brand, both GM and non-GM, have suffered huge financial losses in a very short period of time. The amount of working capital necessary to fund their day-to-day operations has been severely diminished. In addition, bank loans to dealers for working capital are essentially non-existent. As I sit before you today, I'm a franchisee of a company going through a painful restructuring, a restructuring that is not only necessary, but it is critical to the future of our customers, suppliers, dealers, employees, and other stakeholders. Some of my fellow dealers, many of whom I consider friends, received notices this past few weeks that they will not be part of the new GM. While I cannot advocate the termination of any individual dealership, I will tell you that the Dealer Council will work vigorously with senior GM management over the past 2.5 years to address circumstances that we dealers face today. During my tenure as chairman, all meetings between the NDC and GM management have and will continue to be led with dealer profitability as the primary goal of our dealer network. That is because dealer profitability and the reinvestment it makes possible are the keys to improving our customer experience at our dealership. And improving that experience is essential to our ability to compete against our best competitors. I also continue that regarding the restructuring of the GM dealer network to improve its competitiveness, GM has elected to wind down affected dealers over a 17-month period, allowing them to make an orderly business planning decision about their futures. In addition, GM has recognized the need.
It's just going to buzz. Let's go ahead. Keep going.
Okay. GM has recognized the need to offer certain compensation to dealers winding down their operations, something Chrysler clearly chose not to do. Before I conclude, I should tell you that the vast majority of GM dealers I know are also overwhelmingly optimistic about GM's future. They believe that the uncompromising quality, reliability, and dependability of our current portfolio of vehicles. I can tell you that in my 26 years at Paddock Chevrolet, I have never had a better portfolio of vehicles to sell. The stunning designs and compelling fuel economy improvements of these vehicles gives us hope for the future. In closing, let me say I appreciate your time, and more importantly, more importantly, your understanding of the significant impact a successful General Motors will have on this great nation. My family has been a part of GM for decades. My father as a GM dealer, my two uncles who were UAW members working at the Tonawanda engine plant. Since the day I was born, everything my family had come from their association with GM, from the food on my table to the 1982 Camaro I proudly drove to my high school graduation. Paddock Chevrolet and all GM dealers are and will continue to be a vital part of the future success of the new GM. I, like my father before me, will continue to work tirelessly to ensure that a vibrant GM dealership can be proudly passed on to my children and will continue to be a fixture in the Buffalo community. Thank you for this opportunity, and I look forward to answering your questions.
Thank you. Mr. Kiekenapp, can we get your testimony in? We have one vote, and let members know I plan on getting through this testimony of this witness, and we'll take a 15-minute break and get right back and finish up this hearing. It's the only vote we'll have today, so we'll get it on. Mr. Kiekenapp, if you can, please.
Mr. Chairman and members of the subcommittee, my name is Daniel J. Kiekenapp, and I'm the general manager and a shareholder of Tacoma Dodge, an automobile dealership in Tacoma, Washington. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to tell you the Tacoma Dodge story and how the TARP funds you authorized are being used. Tacoma Dodge has been in business continuously since 1972. Until this week, the dealership was valued at several $1 million and employed 71 people. In the month of April 2009, the last month for which we have a complete report, reports prepared by Chrysler showed that Tacoma Dodge was ranked #1 in Western Washington and #2 in the entire state of Washington for the sale of new Dodge vehicles. These reports, prepared by Chrysler, also showed that out of 8 Western states covered by the reports, Tacoma Dodge ranked 32 out of 313 dealers for the sale of Dodge vehicles. Other reports prepared by Chrysler for the area Chrysler termed Team Washington, which covers more than the state of Washington, shows that in 2006, Tacoma Dodge was ranked 7th out of 60 dealerships,
In 2007, it was ranked 8th out of 41 dealerships. And in 2008, our worst year ever, because of the economy and the public's lack of enthusiasm for Dodge vehicles, we still ranked 8th out of 35 dealerships. These stellar sales rankings were accomplished in competition with other dealers selling multiple lines of Chrysler vehicles, whereas Tacoma Dodge only had the opportunity to sell Dodge brand vehicles. The dealer performance report prepared by Chrysler for year-end 2008 comparing Tacoma Dodge with the Dodge dealers in Washington State shows we have net earnings of $1,704,249, whereas the group average for the same period was $680. Yes, only $680 average per dealership. We enjoyed the same success with our parts business. The dealer scorecard for December 2008, a report prepared by Chrysler, shows that in 2008, Tacoma Dodge purchased $3,895,166 worth of new parts from Chrysler, whereas the average dealer within the United States purchased a total of only $746,107 worth of parts. Chrysler designates its top 100 dealers for the sales of parts as Mopar Masters dealers. We were one of these top 100. In fact, we ranked number 76 among all of the Chrysler dealers in the United States for the sale of parts. In the area of customer satisfaction and retention, we consistently outperformed our peers. As of February 2009, Tacoma Dodge had an over 25% customer retention average as compared to approximately 17% average for all of the Chrysler dealers in the western United States. Our problems began when Chrysler assigned us an unreasonably high minimum sales requirement, requiring us to sell an unrealistically high number of vehicles. We didn't understand why Chrysler would assign us such an unreasonably high number, so we looked at the demographics they used and found that they had made several errors in the traffic patterns and other demographics they used for our market area. We then pointed this out to Chrysler and asked them to recompute our minimum sales requirement based upon the correct demographical information. Unfortunately, Chrysler refused to even consider our request. In the spring of 2008, I attended the only dealer meeting I am aware of whereby representatives of Chrysler explained Project Genesis to the Chrysler dealers in Western Washington. Project Genesis is the name of their program to reduce the number of dealers. During that meeting, representatives of Chrysler stated that under Project Genesis, there would be 2 Chrysler dealerships in Pierce County, Washington, and one of those dealerships would be in the city of Tacoma so that the needs of Chrysler customers in Tacoma would be adequately addressed. On May 14, 2009, I received notification from Chrysler that it intended to terminate Tacoma Dodge as a dealer. In the state of Washington, we have a Franchise Act to protect dealers from manufacturers unreasonably terminating a dealer. Under the Washington Franchise Act, Chrysler would never have been able to terminate Tacoma Dodge since Tacoma Dodge was one of its most outstanding dealers using any yardstick you want to use to measure our performance. However, the notification from Chrysler told us we were being terminated under the U.S. bankruptcy laws, which provide no such protection to dealers. The termination of Tacoma Dodge leaves the city of Tacoma, which is the second largest city in western Washington, with a population of almost 200,000 without a single Chrysler dealership. Chrysler's termination of us also leaves Pierce County, which has a population of almost 800,000 persons and is the second most populous county in the state of Washington, with only 1 Chrysler dealership. As a result of Chrysler's actions, Tacoma Dodge, which in April was ranked the #1 Dodge dealer in western Washington, can no longer sell any new vehicles, nor can we do any warranty work on any new vehicles. We have been reduced to being a used car lot and a neighborhood automobile repair facility. In the process, 35 faithful and loyal long-term employees have lost their jobs, and Pierce County in the state of Washington have lost a payroll of approximately $1.3 million per year. Again, thank you for the opportunity you have given me to tell you how the TARP funds you authorized are being used.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony. We have a vote on the floor. It's only 1 vote, so I'm going to ask members to, let's recess right now, go down, vote. We'll come back. We'll hear from Mr. Spitzer and Mr. Golick, then we'll go right into questions. So please come back in 15 minutes. We're going to be in recess for about 15, 20 minutes, give you all a chance to stretch your legs and See you back here in about 15, 20 minutes. We're in recess.
Say anything publicly.
My wife's family, I was telling Mr. Thomas is from Klamath Falls. Oh, really? And they're dealership too. That's what he just told me. Mr. Walden's district. They were in the lumber business. My wife's family, they owned Ochiko.
Oh, yeah.
Last name was Fable. F-A-B-E-L-L.
Yeah, the museum and all that. Yeah.
That's them. And I was telling Mr. Thomas that my son grandparents.
Thank you for having this hearing. In fact, I just did a little rally. I enjoyed your facility there.
You did a great job. I'm Tim Jackson, Colorado. You know Bill Walters there in Texas. I'm his counterpart. Bill Walters.
Sure.
I'm the ATA in Colorado. Right. You did a great job. You did too. Very compelling. Very evocative. Yeah. This is.
I'll come back to ask some questions. I've got a couple other meetings going on. I'll email it.
The committee will come back to order. We'll wait for the rest of our folks to assemble and we'll get going. Mr. Burgess, you're in. That's no more votes today, so we should be able to continue our hearing uninterrupted. Now, when we left off, Mr. Spitzer, I believe we're up to you to give an opening statement for 5 minutes, please, sir. Take your time, pull that forward. You're on.
Am I on now? Can you hear me now? Chairman Stupak, Ranking Member Walden, distinguished members of this subcommittee, I want to thank you for the honor of appearing here today. I would especially like to thank Congresswoman Sutton for her role in providing this opportunity to represent my fellow dealers. We are losing 7 dealerships because Chrysler, the bankruptcy court, and the executive branch of our government have acted precipitously to deny us our economic rights. This is a public policy issue worthy of your time and worthy of congressional legislation, since without your prompt intervention to restore our rights to franchisees under state law, 2,000 small businesses and approximately 100,000 jobs will be lost. As a nation, can we really afford to let this take place? I urge Congress to enact H.R. 2743, the Bipartisan Automobile Dealer Economic Rights Restoration Act, next week. We have a long and proud history with Chrysler and GM. The majority of our stores sell these brands and these brands only. None of our stores are dual with other brands. We have a combined 374 years of business relations with Chrysler alone. We are passionate about both Chrysler and GM, and we want both companies to succeed. We are committed to helping them do so. That is why we are both disappointed and perplexed by the recent actions to terminate us and over 2,000 other dealers. We're not perfect. During those 374 years of operations, we've made mistakes. Like Chrysler's managers, our managers aren't perfect either. Nevertheless, we have stood shoulder to shoulder with Chrysler during good times and bad. In fact, my Uncle Dell, as the president of the Dodge National Dealer Council, lobbied this very Congress for funds to bail out Chrysler the first time. We never quit on them, and they shouldn't quit on us and the hundreds of other dealers who remain committed to Chrysler. This issue is not about the Spitzer family or our 7 dealerships that are being terminated or even the 300-plus employees who work in them. It is about destroying the entire net worth and life's work of hundreds of entrepreneurs and the thousands of people they employ. And I fear that these actions by Chrysler and GM will lead to their demise, and all of it is unnecessary. First, our dealerships do not cost manufacturers one dime. All products and services which Chrysler and GM provide are charged back to the dealership at a profit. Whether it's special tools, training, or even those colorful brochures, we pay for all of it. We build our own facilities, We provide our own operating capital. We hire our own people. And if we lose money, it comes out of our pocket. Second, Chrysler has argued that the 789 dealerships terminated were for performance reasons or to put all brands under one roof. As demonstrated by the sworn testimony of myself and dozens of other dealers in the bankruptcy court, many of the terminated dealerships were high-performing or Genesis stores or both. Chrysler did not terminate dealers for the stated reasons, but rather to rid themselves of outspoken dealers and will now redistribute to other dealers while skirting around the laws of all 50 states, laws which otherwise prohibit this type of arbitrary and capricious action. Profitable, high-performing dealerships will be given to our fellow remaining dealers with no due process and no compensation whatsoever. It is unconscionable for a failed private business to bankrupt another private business which was succeeding, but when our government uses its power, its influence, and our money to aid and abet such action, it is downright un-American. At a time when our government is spending billions of dollars to stimulate the economy and create new jobs, this action will destroy 37,000 jobs with Chrysler dealers and quite likely another 60,000 or more at GM dealerships. And millions of local tax dollars will be lost, and all for no good reason. In fact, this plan may ultimately destroy the new Chrysler and severely damage GM's hopes of survival. Dealers are their only customers. We are the face of these once proud car companies in our communities. The fact that we have survived and prospered over the last 100 years, even as they often produce vehicles American consumers did not want, proves that independent entrepreneurs find ways to survive and create employment opportunities even in tough times. If Congress does not step in, dealers will be unwilling to invest in new facilities, purchase millions of dollars in inventory, and otherwise risk their capital if state law protections are meaningless and if it can all be taken away in the next downturn. Fewer dealers today means fewer sales of Chrysler and GM products tomorrow, leading to a further erosion of market share for both companies. Allow the marketplace to select who lives and who dies, not some committee in Detroit. As of today, approximately 350 of the 789 rejected dealers have accepted their fate by objecting, Gesundheit, not objecting to their terminations. Thus, the accelerated reduction of dealerships has already occurred for those who believe such a reduction was necessary. There is no need to eliminate those of us who remain committed to Chrysler and GM success. And I thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I can assure you that I will work tirelessly and will not rest until H.R. 2743 becomes law, which already has over 100 co-sponsors, Congressman Maffei, Congresswoman Sutton, Congressman Hoyer, and Van Hollen and others who have supported our bill, and we've only been out 3 days. So thank you for your time, and I'll answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Spitzer. You want to hand that mic to Mr. Golick, and we'll hear from Mr. Golick.
Distinguished members of the subcommittee, thank you for this opportunity to testify today. I am one of the 789 dealers at Chrysler's terminating. I'm here to give you my views on the situation and to advise you on what you can do to help us. My dealership is located in the suburb of Pittsburgh. We've been there since 1935 and been in our present building since 1948. We're a family-run dealership. I'm the third generation to sell new vehicles at our facility. One of the distinguished members of your subcommittee, Congressman Doyle, has bought 3 new vehicles from us and sent some of his friends and family to our store, so he knows firsthand what we're all about and how we run our business. My family and my employees have worked very hard to maintain our excellent reputation. The Golick name has been synonymous with trust and integrity. I want to tell you next about the pressure that Chrysler placed on me several years ago to purchase the Chrysler franchise from a neighboring dealer. They pushed me into paying hundreds of thousands of dollars to buy that franchise and told me that my facility was fine and that I could stay in my present location indefinitely. Now that my franchise has been stripped from me, I've been deprived of recovering that money, as I could have sold my franchises locally for hundreds of thousands of dollars. Last week, there was a Senate hearing on June 3rd, and the president of Chrysler, Jim Press, said these words, and I quote, that Chrysler wants to bring the performers along that will allow us the best return on our investment. In the case of the dealers not being taken forward last year, we lost 55,000 units of sales, unquote. I'd like to let everyone know that I'm one of their performers. I've always been at 150% of my required minimum sales responsibility and 150% of my required working capital. My customer satisfaction rating has been among the highest in the state of Pennsylvania for many years, and I've always been profitable. Now I'd like to talk about why us dealers do not cost the factory any money or very little money. In the case of my dealership, the total cost of the factory, I really believe, would be about $2,000 per year. To arrive at that number, I'm guessing my district manager's annual salary, say $52,000. I divide that by the 26 dealers in my district, and thus I come up with the $2,000 per dealer cost. Last week at the Senate hearing, Jim Press said that each dealer cost the factory about $41,000 per year, which is a far cry from the $2,000 that I'm coming up with. He gave his side of the story as to why Chrysler needed to eliminate 789 dealers. Mr. Press said that the dealers should have sold 55,000 more units than they did last year, and that cost the factory $1.5 billion in lost revenue. What he didn't say is that when we're gone, they'll lose 140,000 units in annual sales, and the factory's going to lose $4 billion annually. So let's see, you're worried about the 55,000 units, but you're going to lose 140,000 units. No wonder you're in trouble. I mean, with that kind of thinking, I just don't see the logic. Second, he said us dealers cost the factory $1.4 billion a year in development costs. That's a very large sum of money. I would really like to see the breakdown of those numbers and how the 789 dealers cost you that much. I mean, you went into this theory about how you have to have two separate minivans, the Chrysler and the Dodge, and that costs you money to build an extra minivan. You put a different hubcaps, different wheels on the car, different grille, and different seat fabrics. I don't see the real cost, heavy cost involved with that. I really don't. Next, I'd like to talk about the process of selecting the 789 dealers. In Chrysler's viability report that they submitted to the government in February, Chrysler indicated that 25% of their dealers were in financial trouble. I'm not in financial trouble. I'd like to know how many of those dealers that were in financial trouble are still with the company. If Chrysler was bent on eliminating 25% of their dealer body, the prudent thing to do would be get rid of the 25% that were in financial trouble and represented a liability to them. My guess is that many of the financially troubled dealers were picked to continue with the new Chrysler. I'd now like to talk about the rationale of cutting any dealers at all in this tough economy. Ford Motor Company's not cutting any of its dealers, and they're doing pretty good right now. In the 70s, when Chrysler was in financial trouble and the government stepped in, how many dealers did Lee Iacocca cut? He didn't cut any. One would never think that we would see the day when someone could just take your business from you in the United States of America. But this very day is now upon us. Why can't we let the free market decide which dealers survive or fail? Why dictate it under the cloak of bankruptcy? That was un-American. No matter what the outcome here, I really think that the bankruptcy laws should be changed to protect executory contracts such as new car franchise agreements, as I believe they represent a pure revenue stream to the factory, and we must protect the dealers' rights and protect the manufacturers from their own imprudence. I'd also like to say that at least the GM dealers that were being eliminated were given some money. You know, they were given 10 months to wind down, and GM offered each dealer anywhere from $100,000 to $1 million to help with the transition. The Chrysler dealers' soft landing, quote, was 3 weeks long, and we received absolutely no compensation, nothing, not one penny. That was an unconscionable act. In closing, I'd like to give some facts and figures that should point the way forward from here. I took a look back at the past 8 years of Chrysler's financial statements, and I've discovered that they did not have a year where they made more than $2 billion profit in any one year. In fact, they lost money in 5 of the last 8 years. The point I'm trying to make here is that I really want the new Chrysler to succeed. They will need every order and every sale from us dealers that they can get in the next couple of years to survive. They have exited bankruptcy owing over $13 billion to the Treasury. The past shows that it's very difficult to even make $2 billion profit in any one year as an auto manufacturer. The pragmatic approach to getting that money paid back to the Treasury is to reinstate us dealers and let us order our 140,000 vehicles annually. This will give Chrysler $4 billion in annual revenue to help them survive and pay back that money. I am extending an offer to Sergio Marchionne from Fiat to welcome us with open arms, and I am urging Congress to sign on to Bill H.R. 2743, which will restore our rights and our protection under the state franchise laws to where they were before Chrysler entered bankruptcy. If Chrysler wants to pare back their dealer body, why not let them do it within the framework of the state franchise laws, which were enacted to prevent this very thing from happening? Again, I'd like to thank everyone for taking the time to hear me out. May God bless America.
Thank you, Mr. Golick, and thank you to everyone for your testimony. We're going to go to questions, 5 minutes each. I'm going to hold the line on the 5 minutes, and we'll probably go more than one round. Let me ask Mr. Press and Mr. Henderson this. The committee staff has received reports that some dealerships that have been chosen to go forward, in other words, not being closed, are being told that they should resign from positions of the National Auto Dealers Association, NADA, and from positions on state auto dealer associations because of NADA's support of legislation to reinstate state franchise agreements. That's the Mahaffey bill, H.R. 2743. So are either you, Mr. Henderson or Mr. Press, aware of any such calls being made on behalf of GM or Chrysler or to tell people not to be on these boards and state boards?
Mr. Chairman, I'm not aware of any of those calls.
I'm not only not aware of them, if anybody in my company is doing that, I would like to reprimand them or perhaps let them go.
Okay. Well, will you commit, Mr. Press and Mr. Henderson, will you commit to sending out a letter, a correspondence, a message to the employees of your companies instructing them that such intimidation would not be tolerated?
We had a all-field conference call with all of our field organization prior to starting this, and that was exactly the instructions that was given to them to make sure that this was done in a very positive manner.
Right. My question, though, would you put that in writing and send it to everybody?
Absolutely. There's no, I would like to know if anybody in our company did that. I would like, if you have that information, I would like to have that.
Here's an email from one of them right here.
Okay. Can't do that. If you have such an email, why don't you give the one to members here? They can ask the question more specifically than on that. Mr. Henderson?
Mr. Chairman, I'll put that in writing.
Okay. So I take Mr. Press and Mr. Henderson, you'll put it in writing then for us. Okay, thanks. Let me ask this. Mr. Henderson, it's my understanding when you testified last week at the Senate, there was no appeal process for the closed franchise, closed dealers. And then at the Senate, you announced an appeal process, and you said you done a review, and 45 dealers have those decisions been reversed. So you didn't have an appeal process until you testified before the Senate, right?
No, sir. We had planned to have an appeal process.
Oh, you planned, but you didn't have one. I mean, those dealers who were closed, when they were given their notice, they're closing, they did not receive a way to appeal. You announced it that Wednesday, and then Thursday, the process was emailed to everybody, and they had till Monday to submit their documents on appealing, right?
Yes, they needed to submit their documents, sir.
Okay. Does Chrysler have any appeal process for any of the dealers that were closed?
No, sir.
Okay. So, if I may, Mr. Preston, then the dealers you closed, there could have been some mistakes made then.
Our situation, I think, is different from General Motors, and therefore the conditions are not really would be favorable for having an appeal process.
Because of the short time frame?
No, not the short time frame. The reason is that in General Motors, I believe, and I'm not totally aware, I think they have a term agreement which is not being renewed, and there's a process to go through for non-renewal. Our situation is quite different from a standpoint that our company went bankrupt. A new company was formed.
Correct.
To take a different dealer body forward. And strategically, that dealer body that was taken forward was based on criteria not performance-oriented, but strategic performance criteria with regard to single line versus tri-branding,
but
and many other aspects that really, for example, locations or even the population and demographic projections.
But the single line and tri-vehicle, that's not the dealer's fault. That's Chrysler's fault. I mean, if you got two minivans that are the same thing other than the elite seats, the grill, and the design, that's not their fault. That's really Chrysler's fault. So why are they being punished?
Great question, sir. I understand why you'd ask that, and I understand the passion.
I mean, I drive an Oldsmobile. They did away with it. I drove an Oldsmobile all my life. Yes. My last one here, I'm nursing along. I got pretty close to 200,000 on it, and I don't want to leave it. But at least I got other options, but I'm mad that they closed Oldsmobile.
Yes, sir.
But I understand the double branding. So why couldn't That's
in coming to, I've been in the company a short time. I came from Toyota for 37 years. And
okay.
And I think that everybody understands the difficulties that our company has had with regard to integrity of product, quality, and appeal. In asking why that is, it isn't because people don't want to build good cars and trucks. There are insufficient resources available to do the engineering and development necessary to build winning formula vehicles. In our case, it isn't just wheel covers and grills. It's about $250 to $300 million per sister vehicle.
Sure.
And that investment doesn't return any incremental sales, and it requires that we advertise the two cars against each other. And it's one of the most important reasons why the company went bankrupt, is that we kept kicking this problem down the road instead of addressing it, which is what we did.
Okay, my time's up, and I'm sure others, but that's your decision. The dealers, even the dealers who survive, it's not their problem that we have a sister vehicle, as you call it. That's really Chrysler's problem, and the new Chrysler's got to address it. So drop one, like you did on my Oldsmobile. Drop one.
We did, sir, and that's
saved that money.
We did, and that's 555 of the dealers that are discontinued were selling not 3 brands but 1, and that was a necessary part of this. It wasn't our desire, it wasn't a plan, but 555 of these dealers that had only 1 brand won't have viable products coming. And unless all 3 brands are under one roof, the dealer body isn't going to be viable.
Yeah, my time's up, but the retort would be, why not allow those 1 brand dealers sell all 3 of your vehicles and keep them open?
Well, because our volume has gone from over 2 million a year to 700,000, and the only way our dealers will ever survive, and I think these dealers all really understands that, is to have all 3 brands under one roof where they can put together the synergy, the total customer base, and the fixed costs will be covered. That's something that everybody wants. We've known that for 10 years.
Then let them do it. Mr. Walden, for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Henderson, question for you. Who is the purchaser of GM?
The purchasers of General Motors, sir, will be 60.8% the United States government, 11.7% the Canadian government, 17.5% of the shares would be held by a VIBA trust, and then the remaining approximately 10% would be held by the unsecured claimants of General Motors.
And so the vehicle acquisition holdings is really dominated by the U.S. Treasury.
They will be the primary shareholder.
So in your filing on the bankruptcy court, when you say on page 40 here, because there are now far more dealerships than the company's market share can support, including in some cases multiple dealers in a single contracting community and dealerships that have become poorly situated as a result of changing demographics, the purchaser is not willing to continue all dealerships. That purchaser, you've told me now, is the U.S. Treasury.
Yes, the purchaser is the largest shareholder is the U.S. Treasury.
And it goes on to say here in your comments to the court, among the dealerships the purchaser is not willing to continue, for example, are those approximately 400 dealers who sell fewer than 50 cars per year, and those approximately 250 dealers who sell fewer than 100 cars per year. Approximately 630 other dealerships are not being continued because they are dealers who, in whole or substantial part, sell brands that are being discontinued.
Correct.
So the question I have, we've been trying to get to the bottom of who is dictating how many dealerships are allowed to go forward for General Motors. You've told me here under oath that it's the purchaser. I mean, that's what you testified in the bankruptcy court, that it was the purchaser who made that decision. And that purchaser is the U.S. Treasury. So doesn't that lead us back to the Auto Task Force making the decision that you're now having to implement?
So the Automotive Task Force, as we've gone through this process, has asked us to go through the process of right-sizing our dealer body. They said that if they're going to buy the company, they want to have a right-sized dealer body. So they asked the management to develop a strategy to accomplish a world-class, correctly sized dealer body. They were not willing to take on our dealer body as it stood, sir.
But, okay, but I thought I've read that some of you have said they didn't have anything to do with setting the dealer levels.
They did not tell us a number.
But yet in your testimony to the bankruptcy court, you say, for example, are those approximately 400 dealers who sell fewer than 50 cars per year and those approximately 250 dealers who sell fewer than 100 cars per year.
That's true, yes.
These are ones that the purchaser is not willing to continue.
Amongst others.
So the purchaser did tell you they're not willing to continue those dealerships.
The purchaser asked us to develop a strategy to have a competitive world-class dealer body. One of the issues that we had were the approximately 400 dealers who sold less than 50 cars per year in terms of not being in our world-class.
You're telling me the task force didn't tell you that these dealerships that sell fewer than 50 cars per year had to go?
What I'm saying, sir, is that the task force advised us to develop a strategy to have a world-class dealer body, properly sized, and address what they considered to be serious concerns, which they articulated, for example, in their March 30th findings on our viability plan.
On page 5 of your testimony, you said, and I quote, "We have not terminated any dealers." Do you believe that?
Yes. Let me explain. Can I explain?
Yes, please.
What we've done is we've offered dealers who will not continue with us wind down agreements.
Right.
The intent of those wind down agreements is to provide a period of time with which to wind down their facility, provide compensation to them, allow them to purchase parts, perform warranty service, and over time we wouldn't renew their contract and they would no longer be with us.
Okay, and beginning this fall, they can't buy the 2010 model year cars from you, can they?
They will not be able to purchase new vehicles. That's correct, sir.
So it sounds to me more like you diagnosed them as with terminal cancer, just not going to take them out until they're... Mr. Thomas, do you feel terminated?
Very much so.
You want to turn on your microphone there, bring it up close?
I feel terminated.
Why do you feel terminated?
Well, because I don't have an opportunity to be a full-fledged General Motors dealer anymore. I can't order new cars. I can't return parts. I'm partially in the game, but I'm not really in the game.
How about the gentleman next to you?
Question.
Mr. Blankenbeckler, do you feel terminated?
Absolutely.
Why?
Same reasons that Mr. Thomas said. Marketplace where I do business has viewed us as going out of business. The press has been to our dealership. The TV stations have been to our dealership. My employees are extremely worried and extremely nervous. It's just like gut shooting.
Could there have been a different way?
Human death.
I think you mentioned that you've had sort of standing offers from people to buy your dealership over the years.
There have been people approach me. I'm sure Mr. Thomas has had people. I mean, anybody has a good, viable business. People.
Could there have been a different strategy here where if you weren't meeting the goals that General Motors set for you, you could have been given time to sell your dealership? Or did they give you an opportunity to change up what it was that?
No, sir.
And when they've evaluated you in the past, did they ever say, look, if you don't do these 7 things, next reauthorization, we're not going to be there for you?
No, sir, they didn't. And outside of bankruptcy, they couldn't say that. That's why they wouldn't.
All right, my time's expired, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Walden. Mr. Dingo for questions, please.
It's a very difficult business here. We have to decide how we're going to protect the rights of the dealers and at the same time see to it that we restructure our American automobile industry so that we save the rest of the dealers, as many of the workers as we can, the jobs and the communities that are affected. That'll be one of my questions today. First of all, to Mr. Press and Mr. Hendricks, do you have written rules for the closure of dealers and for the termination of the dealers? Yes or no?
Yes.
Mr. Hendricks?
Yes, sir.
Would you please submit each of them to the committee with such accompanying remarks as you'd like to make? Now, there is no appeal right for a dealer in the case of Chrysler. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Are there appeal rights for General Motors?
Yes, there are, sir.
Would you submit to the committee the precise character of those appeal rights? Now, would you tell us, please, Mr. Hendricks and Mr. Press, just give us the number, how many of the dealer terminations have been changed by the company under your appellate procedures or under your categories and standards?
At this point, we've changed 45 decisions. We're not completed with our reviews, but that's the status as of this morning, sir.
Mr. Press?
We have had no change.
All right. I've heard of a dealer who was terminated, I won't tell you which company it was, where a big storm had caused the collapse of a bridge. And that dealer was essentially shut off from access to his customers. And he was terminated, but the company involved has seen fit to reinstate the dealer because they understand the facts. Do you have provisions in your termination agreement that Mr. Henderson and Mr. Press that would permit you to address that kind of a problem?
Yes, sir. That was a General Motors dealer, and when we re-looked at the facts after the submission, we concluded that we were in error in our decision, and we reversed that decision.
Now, Mr. McEleney, if the legislation that we are working on passes, and if it screws up the bankruptcy process and causes the collapse of either or both of the companies down the road, we're going to have a rather nasty situation on our hands. Part of it is going to be that we're going to see all the dealers out of business, all the plants close, all the communities hurt, all the workers and all the suppliers hurt. What do we do about that situation?
Sir, I think that with that situation, you know, this is not a normal bankruptcy. This is, as you well know, a government-negotiated bankruptcy. The debtor in possession financing is coming from the federal government.
I understand those things, but what are we going to do if that result is occasioned by the situation we confront?
I don't think that will happen. I think that the fact that the government is involved in this, they are going to prevent that from happening.
Is that a statement or a hope?
Pardon me?
Is that a statement or a hope that it is not going to happen?
I guess that's a hope. Fervent hope.
I join you in that hope.
Thank you.
Mr. Press, Mr. McEleney asserts this. None of Chrysler's submissions to the government prior to May 14 announcement could have been interpreted to put Chrysler dealers on notice of the scope of the terminations followed. Is that statement true? Yes or no?
I'm sorry, I didn't...
Mr. McEleney states as follows. None of Chrysler's submissions to the government prior to the May 14 announcement could have been interpreted to put Chrysler dealers on notice of the scope of the terminations that followed. Yes or no? Is that true?
We've had a Genesis program, dealer consolidation program in place for more than 10 years, and I think the majority of those dealers had a good long time to prepare for that.
Would you submit for the record your comments that prove that this is not the case? Now, Mr. McEleney, did General Motors give adequate warning prior to its May 15 announcement that it would be winding down approximately 1,200 dealers, yes or no?
Yes.
Mr. Press, please describe briefly what Chrysler is doing to reclaim and redistribute the inventory of the 789 dealerships it announced would be closed.
Mr. Dinkler, just 1 second. I now think I understand your question about notification to the dealers versus knowing that there was a reason that they may not stay in business. The notification of the dealers, there was not any additional time given. The primary reason for that was until April 30th at 6 o'clock at night, before we had to file for bankruptcy, we did not plan to. This was not a plan to go forward. We had no knowledge of this. And after that May 1st is when we began to develop this program. So there was no notification.
All right. Now, Mr. Press, if you please, what is Chrysler doing to reclaim and redistribute the inventory from the 789 dealerships it has announced will be closed?
Well, we have committed that we would redistribute every single vehicle and every part.
And how about specialized equipment?
And specialized equipment. And I'm happy to say that 100% of the vehicles have already been committed to. They've started moving. We're at 80% on the parts and about the same on specialized equipment. We will continue to work until that commitment is fulfilled and all of those burdens are relieved.
Now, I want you to listen to this question carefully. How much is it going to cost each dealer that is being terminated on each car from the termination? Are there any fees associated with that? Do they get the full value of the car? Is it a distressed price? How will that be addressed?
The price is the invoice price that they paid less $350 for inspection, cleaning, and transportation to the dealer that will be selling the vehicle.
Can General Motors give me the same answer, Mr. Hendricks?
Sir, in the case of General Motors, to the extent the dealer signs a wind-down agreement, we would expect them over the course of the next 17 months to sell down their inventory, and they would be afforded the same treatment as any other General Motors dealer with respect to retail incentives and support for selling to customers. With
How
respect,
much cash money are they going to be out in the case of General Motors?
they shouldn't be out any.
They're going to take back inventory?
In the event,
Parts, vehicles, and specialized equipment.
in the case of General Motors, if a dealer chooses to wind down, we anticipate that through that period they would not only sell their cars, they would sell their parts by virtue of the fact they would be able to provide warranty and service to customers, and then finally the tools would be amortized. With respect to a dealer who terminates, if they just choose to voluntarily terminate, by virtue of our agreement with GMAC, a dealer can return the cars to GMAC, and we redistribute the cars with no cost to the dealer.
Thank you. My time has expired. I'm sorry, sir.
Hey, Mr. Dingle. Mr. Press, on Mr. Dingle's question is $350 for 09 model, but if they're turning back a 08 model, it's $1,500.
There's a curtailment for the model year is $1,500. Yes, sir.
Why do they have to pay you to take back the vehicles when you shut them down?
I'm sorry. Why do they?
Why do they have to pay you $350 or $1,500 when you shut them down? Why do they have to pay you to take back their vehicles?
Well, first of all, obviously, the company filed bankruptcy. It's a defunct organization. And the fact of the matter is, in a bankruptcy, there is all precedent would be that the inventory would be the responsibility of the dealer if the company that they're franchised with is no longer in business. There was not a provision in debtor in possession financing. It couldn't be provided to buy the cars back. And so our challenge was, and it was a good one, without using taxpayer money, find a way to relieve the dealers of the inventory and do it in a manner where it didn't cost the taxpayers, which we did through the redistribution program. And so that redistribution program was implemented, and we did redistribute 100% of the vehicles. And we're happy to say that that's complete.
That had to happen very late last night because as of 7 o'clock last night, we still had phone calls from dealers saying we have cars, and they won't take them back. So
we will take every car. We will redistribute any car. We've made that comment. We've had written notices. It's been in the Senate. It's been in the newspaper. We will continue to provide the dealers information and evidence of that. We have redistributed the cars to other dealers. They physically may not all have left the lots because we weren't able to begin moving them until yesterday when the new company formed. But we are at it, and anybody who has that, please give them my name. I'd be happy to talk to them.
okay, we will. And I know you mentioned taxpayers. Every one of these dealers are taxpayers too. Mr. Barton, for questions, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As you know, there's another hearing going on, and so I've been kind of shuttling back and forth. I also need to alert Mr. Blankenbeckler that there's a plane to Texas calling my name, so I may leave after these questions. I want to ask Mr. Press and Mr. Henderson, and y'all may have already answered this, but is there a established set of criteria for evaluation of which dealerships were to be closed and which were to be left open? Do y'all have actual criteria in writing on how you evaluated dealerships for closure or remain opening?
Yes, sir, we do, and we submitted those last night, actually.
Okay. The same for you, Mr. Press?
Yes, sir, we do.
Did the dealers know of these criteria?
In our case, they were not notified of the criteria prior to the notification.
Okay. What about you, Mr. Henderson?
In our case, we have identified what the criteria are, but in fairness, haven't weighted that, so the dealers don't necessarily know what the weighting of all the individual criteria are, the two most important of which are sales effectiveness and customer satisfaction.
Mr. Barton, if I may, you said you submitted them last night. To who?
To the staff, I think, of this committee.
this committee.
We can resubmit them.
Yeah, we don't have them.
That's okay. We'll get them to you if you don't have them now.
Well, I think.
Well, the point is, though, we're
ahead.
under oath, and I don't want people to think that we're holding something back here. We don't have any criteria agreements.
Well, I think we have just established one of the puzzlements.
Sorry. I mean,
it's somewhat unfair to Mr. Blankenbeckler and Mr. Thomas and the other dealers to be told that their dealerships are going to be revoked, and yet they didn't have any prior knowledge of the analysis and the criteria that were being used, and apparently to this day don't have the knowledge. Mr. Blankenbeckler, do you think that's a fair way to run a railroad?
No.
Okay. Mr. Thomas?
I think it's been an opaque process.
So, I mean, that's one of the problems. I hope Mr. Henderson and Mr. Press realizes.
If I may, is this the document?
Yeah,
This
I
one to 10?
apologize, sir. Yes, this is the document. On page 3 of the document, we outline the dealer performance score, and the weightings are actually in there. 50% sales, 30% customer satisfaction. It's on page 3 of the document.
All right, well, staff took this as just a PowerPoint presentation. They didn't realize this was a criteria you used, and after looking at it, they didn't think it helped much, but, so this would be the criteria you said you used then.
Yeah, this was the dealer performance score that was.
We'll have copies made, give it to everybody here. Sorry, Mr. Barton, will.
Mr. Blankenbeckler, since you've received your 2 letters, has anybody from either company, Chrysler or GM, come to you and said, we want to explain why we've done what we've done, and we want to give you a chance to show us the error of our ways, and if you wish to continue a business relationship, here's what you need to do?
No, they have not.
Mr. Henderson and Mr. Press, do you think it would be a reasonable business practice to give dealers that have in some cases had decades of relationships with the companies that you had some opportunity to know why they were evaluated the way they were, and give them some opportunity to show why they may have been evaluated unfairly?
Yes, sir, I do, and I would like to add that because of the fact that our notification was coincidental with the bankruptcy action and a lawsuit that was brought, and the fact that we couldn't have a lawyer in an active lawsuit involved in every discussion, we were not in a position to do that until yesterday, and we are more than happy to have those discussions going forward now that that lawsuit has been finalized.
Mr. Henderson, would you like to comment on that?
Yes, sir. As of yesterday, we had received 856 requests to reconsider our decision. As I said in my testimony, we reversed 45 of them. We had expected to complete that review by today, but given the number of requests, we're planning to work through the weekend into Monday to finish this, and certainly are willing and open to consider any all requests for reconsideration.
Okay. Mr. Blankenbeckler, you don't have to answer this question if you don't wish to, but you have told me privately the amount of investment you have in your dealership. If you wish to acknowledge that, I would appreciate it if you would, but in any event, even if you don't, do you feel that before that investment, which has been built up over 84 years, is just wiped out, that you should have some opportunity to get some remuneration, or at least have a reasonable discussion about remuneration with GM and Chrysler?
I can't imagine why that wouldn't be the case in this country. I don't see how that, as I said in my statement, I don't see how that can happen.
Could you give a general parameter of the amount of the investment that your family has made in these 2 dealerships over the years? You don't have to if you don't want to.
I really don't care to state that.
I'll just state for the record, Mr. Chairman, it's
I'm not any different than, I mean, it's a large sum of money.
It is orders of magnitude more than my net worth, Mr. Chairman. I'll put it that way. With that, my time's expired, and I yield back. But I do want to thank our witnesses. I want to thank again our chairman, and I do hope, when talking directly to Mr. Henderson and Mr. Press, you'll come up with some protocol that dealers like Mr. Blankenbeckler that wish to continue a relationship are given a fair opportunity to present their case. I hope you'll do that. Thank you, Chairman Stupak.
Thank you, Mr. Burton. Mr. Braley for questions.
Mr. Press, do you know a Jennifer Fox?
I don't know. I don't. If you could put some more text.
Do you know a Jennifer Fox who works in Chrysler's Washington, D.C. office?
Yes.
And
I don't know her last name.
All right.
Jennifer.
I assume if she uses an email address that ends in Chrysler.com, that's an employee of Chrysler.
I assume yes.
Are you aware that Chrysler is attempting to convince Chrysler dealers who have not been terminated to engage in a lobbying effort to point out the positive aspects of the consolidation through bankruptcy that has been going on?
I'm aware of the fact that that because of the publicity that's been provided, that there are 2,391 dealers who have benefited and are dealers and give to Little League and are long-time, 100-year-long dealers who want an opportunity to also make their position known, sir.
So are you aware that Chrysler has been sending out talking points under a heading Key Messages memo that says things like Chrysler LLC made the appropriate business decision to move forward with a dealer network that overall can be thriving and profitable, and the automobile industry cannot support the number of dealers that currently exist, and dealers have known that Chrysler wanted to consolidate dealerships and locate all three brands under one roof. They started the process more than 100 years ago, and we understand that the process to evaluate the dealers was a thorough process based on data-driven metric. And as a dealer moving forward with a new company, I plan to purchase some of the eligible inventory of the rejected dealers. Were you aware that was going on?
That's all in our testimony submitted to you. It's part of the speech. We've had consistent communication of those points. The number of dealers asked that they would like to be able to make their voice known as well through this, and that was provided.
Let me just ask you about the one point that dealers have known. This has come up during the testimony today, that Chrysler wanted to consolidate dealerships for more than 10 years. If that is truly the case, sir, then can you tell us why that didn't happen in the numbers we've seen until this bankruptcy arose?
It has been happening, yes, sir. Great question. I can understand why you'd ask that. The fact of consolidation has been an ongoing process for a number of years. In fact, a year and a half ago when I came, we actually had meetings and dealers were identified. They know which dealers were going to go forward, which locations would be going forward. We gave them a toolbox of things in terms of real estate, of tax planning, to facilitate those discussions and transactions, and some of them did.
Yeah, but you have to agree with me that the volume of closed dealerships over that 10-year period paled in comparison to the announcement that grew out of the bankruptcy.
Well,
isn't that true?
That's because the bankruptcy was caused by the fact that we were made to support specific vehicles for standalone dealers, and the fact that we are a failed enterprise, that didn't get carried forward. A new company was formed that's going to go forward.
Yeah, and I understand that, and I only have 5 minutes, so I'm going to move on to something else. You talked in that statement about these data-driven metric. Is that the plan, the criteria that Mr. Dingell and Mr. Barton requested? Will those contain the data-driven metrics that you've just identified in this memo?
Yes, we have submitted in our testimony what the criteria is, and we'll provide additional data as requested.
Now, in your testimony before the Senate Commerce Committee, you said that Chrysler loses over $1 billion annual in lost sales opportunities because of underperforming dealers. And Mr. Henderson, you claimed in similar testimony that dealers add $1,000 of cost to every vehicle. So my question for both of you is, do you have financial analysis that was conducted before the decision was made to terminate these dealer franchises that supports those allegations you made in your testimony? Mr. Press?
Yes, we have the analysis of the sales situation, and that does exist. We knew what the number was.
And was that submitted as part of your testimony?
Of the apps
for today's hearing. Do we have that information?
You do not have it by dealer.
Can you provide it to the committee?
Well, there's confidentiality in data that we receive from dealers.
All right. Well, I know that there are means to redact information to protect confidentiality and still provide the information that I'm seeking. If there's a way to arrange that, would you agree to provide it to the committee?
Yes, as long as it can be done within protecting the dealer's rights.
The committee, I'm sure, will be happy to work with you. Mr. Henderson, same question for you. Does GM have the data to support the statement that you made that these dealers are costing your company $1,000 per vehicle?
Sir, as I mentioned in my testimony, we have an overall cost of $1,000 per vehicle. That cost is articulated in the same package that we submitted last night. It's approximately $2 billion, 2 million units.
And do you have the underlying data that was used to make that calculation, and is it in the materials that we have received?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so you can identify that for the committee?
On page 9, sir.
Second to last page.
All right, and so on that page where you made the calculation, do you have supporting documentation for the conclusions that show the portion for dealer margin, incentives paid directly to dealers, standards for excellence, and on and on? I mean, those numbers aren't just published somewhere as a standard cost factor associated with the sales of each vehicle, are they?
What I outlined in my testimony, sir, these are costs which over time have come into our structure to provide direct support to dealers. Over time, those are not identified per individual dealer because, in fact, they're provided to all of our dealers. But to the best of our knowledge, our best-in-class competitors do not supply that same sort of support.
Well, Mr. Chairman, my time has expired, but it seems to me there's still plenty of unanswered questions that the committee needs to explore on this subject.
Thank you, Mr. Braley. With asking unanimous consent to put this document, it's from General Motors that looks like they may have emailed last night. 10 pages, the one we've been discussing, without objection.
Mr. Chairman, without objection, but I would just make the point it might be helpful for the dealers to be able to see a copy of this.
Correct.
To review.
Since it's in the record, we will go ahead and put it on the table if they want to look at it while we're going here. That'd be fine.
I think that would be
Because
helpful in our.
it's part of the record now. Next, I'll move to Mr. Burgess for questions, please. 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've got a map here of the United States, and this actually pertains just to Chrysler for the moment. It looks like what a Republican might want the electoral map to look like, but actually this reflects closed Chrysler dealers. And you see my state of Texas, although we've been relatively spared in the economic downturn, our state's been hit pretty hard with these closings. Now, there's a member in a state way up in the Northeast. I think he's the chairman of the House Financial Services Committee that was able to make a phone call and get one of his dealerships or distributors to stay open. And my question is, what is the number that I need to call? Is it 1-800-CARS-R? Tell me who to call so that I can help the dealers that are in my area that have been so badly hurt by this.
You're asking that for Chrysler?
Yes.
I don't understand your question. With all great respect for the office, I have to say that I'm not aware of any dealer that was ever removed from the list that was submitted to the judge on the 14th. I have no knowledge of that, and I would very much like to see if I could get that.
Well, it was in all the papers yesterday, and I'm sure we can get you a copy. Barney Frank made a call to one of his, to someone, and got his dealer to stay open. And again, it's unconscionable with what's going on in this country. I also sit on the Joint Economic Committee. Oh, I beg your pardon, I was just told he's a GM dealer. So perhaps Mr. Henderson could answer that.
Well, actually, it's not a dealer at all. So
just tell me the telephone number that I call. That's really what I'm after here.
Sir, what we were asked to do is look at the timing of 3 after-sales warehouses which belong to General Motors and were part of our restructuring plan, including facilities to be closed. We looked at...
I'm going to interrupt you in the interest of time. Okay. The fact is that a member of Congress made a call and a distributorship was not closed. It was slated for closure. It is fundamentally unfair. You see the people that are sitting at this table. You've heard their stories. They represent families back in everyone's district across the country. We have to, this process has to be open and transparent and fair. We have a president who was elected on the promise of transparency and fairness. I don't think that's being delivered right now. Now, who wrote the language of the wind-down agreement? Can either of you answer that?
In our case, it would have been General Motors, the staff of both the sales organization as well as our council.
Who, and for Chrysler?
There's no similar agreement. We have a very different situation. We have no wind-down agreement.
With whom in the White House have either of you communicated regarding the restructuring of both of your organizations?
Our restructuring plans have been part of our bankruptcy and part of our application for funds. And as the TARP funds were available through U.S. Treasury, they've been made aware of our process and discussions, but absolutely operationally, they've not had any input or direction in what we're doing.
Would this committee be able to get access to the emails between your company and the White House regarding the restructuring and in the case of General Motors, the wind down?
Yes, absolutely.
Will it be necessary? We, of course, can subpoena if I can convince the chairman to do so, but it would be easier if that could just be made available to us.
Sir, in our case, I have no idea how many that is, but we have been keeping, we would keep some of them that would be subject to litigation hold and some that wouldn't be, but I will come back to you.
Well, let me ask you this. Have either of you ever spoken to Brian Deese?
I have.
Yes.
And what about, have you exchanged emails with this individual?
I think so, yes.
I don't think I've ever addressed one to him. I may have seen some email that he...
Mr. Chairman, I would just submit that I would be particularly interested in those emails to be made part of available to the committee and made part of the record. And I do want to spend some time with Mr. Golick before I finish up, but here's the deal. TARP funds, taxpayer funds paid by the employees of these dealerships have gone to fund the closing of these dealerships. I sit on the Joint Economic Committee. We saw unemployment numbers for last month in excess of 9%, heading for 10. And what is that number going to look like after you decimate these dealers across the country? Now, that's a rhetorical question. I don't expect an answer. Mr. Golick, I do need to ask you, and I didn't intend to ask this, but your story is so similar to a story that I've heard down in my district, a gentleman being required, badgered, browbeat into buying a dealership, and now he's faced with having to close his original dealership and the one he purchased. Are you aware of other areas in the country where that occurred?
You know, it's general. For some reason, there's always some kind of animosity between the factory and the dealer. I really don't think that it doesn't need to be, you know, like Ford right now there's no animosity between the factory and the dealerships. And I think they're going to come out of this okay.
Let me ask you this before my time's up. You said, are you getting remuneration from the manufacturer to dispose of your inventory and your light bulbs?
I'd love to tell you about that. You know, Mr. Press makes it sound like sunshine and lollipops. We're going to sell the cars. Your exact words were invoice minus $350. We're selling the cars for invoice minus the holdback, minus the floor plan, minus the PPA, then minus the $350. We're selling the cars for $1,500 below invoice on average. We normally sell to the public at invoice. That's generally right around there. And so we're selling the cars for $1,500 less than we normally do to the other dealers.
What about your parts inventory?
Mine hasn't been addressed yet. You know, I don't know. I'm still in a state of shock over everything.
I mean, I was told when Chrysler came in to see me yesterday evening in anticipation of this hearing, and I was told they took care of all of their dealers that they were closing. Inventories would be purchased, cars would be purchased, parts inventories would be purchased. Is that your experience?
What needs to be understood, there's no written procedure as to how we're going to get paid for these cars. Like, thank God, I only have 2 new cars left, but some dealers got $500,000 worth of cars. And from what we hear, the cars are going to be trucked away, and then we're going to wait for the money somehow. I haven't seen anything on paper that says how we're going to get paid. Now, that's a very important aspect of everything here. Is there a written procedure?
First of all, I'd like to respond.
Last question, Mr. Burgess. Go ahead. Go ahead, Mr. Press.
I'd really like to respond to the issue about the reimbursement.
Right, the buybacks.
The dealers are being reimbursed what they paid for the vehicle, what the vehicle cost them, less $350. The word invoice is when we invoice the dealer, their invoice includes these holdbacks that we collect and give back to them, but they're being paid what they paid us, less $350. Yes, sir.
Yeah, that's just for 09 and $1,500 for 08.
For 08,
okay.
yes. For the, in terms of the process, we have published to the dealers the process for the redistribution. We have asked the dealers to sign an agreement that would allow us to take that responsibility. Some of the dealers have done that, some of them haven't, about 78 still haven't. But all the other dealers have been notified what the process is, and it's available for them to understand that it can be used.
Mr. Spitzer, I know you're jumping here to jump in on this one, but then I'm going to have to go ahead. Yeah, from Burgess, yeah. Speak into the mic, please.
Excuse me, Congressman. You'd asked the question if Mr. Golick knew of other dealers in similar situations. Of our 7 stores that were terminated, 3 of them were Project Genesis stores. One of them was underway. We purchased a piece of land at Chrysler's insistence for $1.6 million in a reorganization of the Akron market. And then that store was in an area that they wanted to get away from. And we're operating interim while we're undergoing construction. They agreed to hold off construction because of the market conditions for 1 more year, and then they canceled the franchise. We still own the dirt, and they're penalizing us for results in an area that they want us to get out of.
Mr. Chairman, I know time is up. This just cries out for further investigation. I hope this committee will do a very thorough job as to what's been going on here. Again, in Texas, it looks like we've cleared the decks. I don't know who we're clearing them for. Someone is likely to make a great deal of money off the reemergence of Chrysler. I'd like to know who that is and what's in the plan and what's in the works. I have a nagging suspicion that there is a political calculation here, and it is extremely distasteful when you look at these gentlemen who have had what I think unconstitutional takings of their private property, and I'll yield back.
Ms. DeGette for questions, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Press, I wanted to ask you if Chrysler has a similar set of written criteria as GM does for its closures.
I'm not familiar with this document, but we
do
have
okay, let me ask you this. Does GM have a written set of procedures? I'm sorry, does Chrysler have a written set of procedures for its closures? Yes or no?
Yes, we've published that.
And does this committee have that?
It's been published. It was in testimony.
Do you know if this committee has it, yes or no?
I can't answer that.
Okay, Mr. Dingo suggests that we have you submit that for the record, and we would appreciate that.
If you don't have it, I will.
Thank you very much. Secondly, you know, I heard both of your gentlemen, Mr. Henderson and Mr. Press's testimony about what could make a dealer profitable, that it could be coming from selling used cars or parts or service or other things. So I guess my question, and I'll start with you, Mr. Henderson, is if a dealer is profitable and it's buying cars from the manufacturer, which it's then selling, what does it matter if that profit center is derived from the service center, used sales, or new cars? Mr. Henderson?
Good question.
Thank you.
First, in the case of the dealers who are impacted in our wind down situation, 69% of them were not profitable. From my
No, my question is,
understand.
if a dealership is profitable, then what should you care about what center that profit is deriving from? Very quickly, please.
In general, we look at overall profitability, not individual centers.
Right,
So
but if a dealer is profitable from whatever source and buying cars from GM, why would you care if it's profitable, why not let it stay in business?
If a dealer is profitable, we don't care if it's from parts.
Right.
Or
So why would you close a dealership like
because
that?
not in all cases are profitable. Dealers, for example, have high levels of customer satisfaction.
Oh, so now it's customer satisfaction.
There were multiple
okay.
criteria. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. What about you, Mr. Press? What's your answer to that question?
My answer is, first of all, we have too many dealers.
But why would you care if they're profitable and buying cars from Chrysler?
Because the only way we're going to survive is to have all 3 franchises up under one roof. The only way any dealers will survive will be to have tri-branding, first of all.
So one criteria is they have to have all 3 brands under one roof, right?
Directionally, that's the position that we're going to achieve.
Okay, let me stop you right
one,
there.
but that's not the only one.
And then you can talk about the other one. In Colorado, Chrysler has terminated 5 of the 7 top performing dealers, including John Medved's Chrysler store in Castle Rock, which is not in my district, but it's south of my district. They sell all three brands under one roof. So what would you, and they're profitable. So what would you say to them? You probably don't know each specific.
I think it's difficult to get into going through each individual dealer.
No, but
I'd be happy to.
what would your criteria be for a store like that?
Well, first of all, I'm not sure if I understand that you say they're the top performing store. I don't know what that means. There may be a
5 of the 7 top. The Chrysler dealerships are 5 of the 7 top performing dealers in Colorado, and so this Medved dealership in Castle Rock is profitable, and it has all 3 brands under one roof. So for people like them, not them in particular.
Of course,
what would your next, what would another criteria be?
One criteria was if it's not top performing, it's costing us sales if they're under their minimum sales
Okay, so
responsibility.
it need to be top performing, it need to have all 3, and what else?
They have to have a minimum sales responsibility covered, so
Okay.
that we're not losing money and revenue in that store.
And is that minimum sales responsibility covered in your written policies that have been distributed and which you're going to provide to us?
Yeah, minimum sales responsibility is a basic part of our agreement. The dealers all know what that is.
Okay.
So
it's in their agreement.
it could also be that the market that they're in is no longer viable. The fact of the matter is that we've gone from 2 million units to 700,000. We don't have enough available product to support all the dealers in every market.
Yeah. You know, I don't mean to interrupt you. I understand what you're saying, but like Castle Rock, I'm going to tell you, is one of the fastest growing areas. Douglas County, Colorado is one of the fastest growing counties in the country. So I guess, you know, without getting into the particulars, I know you don't know the particulars of each single one, but I heard you say that unlike GM, Chrysler does not have an appeal process. So my basic question to you is, do these dealers know, people like Medved, do they know exactly why their dealership was terminated? Have they been given that information?
Because of the proceeding in bankruptcy and the fact that this coincided with a lawsuit, we were not in a position to communicate. And I want to clarify, because that was asked before, that now that we've come out of bankruptcy, we are in a position, we will communicate to the dealers and let them know what the factors are. And we would, so we had a very robust process that was fair and equitable. It was tested and approved by the bankruptcy judge, by the appeals court in New York, and the Supreme Court of the United States. And we'd be more than happy to allow committee members to see the same information.
Okay.
And it's difficult, but we can go through individual dealers as you wish.
But what you would say is that you did not tell these dealers before exactly why they were terminated, so you can understand why they are upset.
I understand their anger and upset. I can understand in my soul the whole situation. Being bankrupt, it's not a spectator sport.
Well, obviously, and you know, I used to be a lawyer in a different life. I don't know of any provision in the bankruptcy rules that says you can't tell people. Maybe that was the bankruptcy judge that told you not to tell people, but it seems to me you need to give people the information.
We do. There was a lawsuit filed as part of that bankruptcy on behalf of the dealers, and it became very difficult for information other than discovery to go forward. Now that we're out of bankruptcy, we are fully prepared to be.
What's your time frame for that, sir?
We're fully prepared at any point to become transparent with the dealers that would like to.
So you can get that out, what, in the next week, you think?
Perhaps sooner.
That's great. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Doyle for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I am a co-sponsor of H.R. 2743. It took me about 2 seconds to sign that one.
Is your mic on, Mike?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I just got to lean closer, I guess. Mr. Press, I'm trying to understand this. So you're saying that you have a very objective methodology to determine what dealers survived and what dealers didn't. I mean, you could feed the dealer data into a computer, and then you had this very objective criteria, and then the computer would spit out without any, you know, was it that kind of a deal? I mean, or was there any subjective part to this?
We have over 200 people in the field from local markets that were part of the process of collecting the appropriate information. We have a data service that provides demographic and location information and identification of future trends. We have the process of understanding what franchises that we have, the criteria from the dealers own scorecards. It's a number of pieces of information. It wasn't just a computer. It was vetted through a number of levels of
Okay,
consideration.
thanks. So one of the criteria is you wanted, why would a dealer who had maybe 2 of your 3 brands and was a performing dealer and a profitable dealer, why wouldn't they be given the opportunity to just pick up, that you start selling the 3rd brand to them?
Sure.
I mean, what stops you from doing that?
Well, there's a couple reasons. One of them, of course, is that you don't want to have 2 dealers that may be next door to each other selling the same products. I don't think the dealers really want that either. In fact, there are some laws that provide 10-mile separation, which should be respected. And so we've got to be careful to craft the right dealer network going forward that has the distance and the appropriate market so the dealers can survive. And normally, many of these locations where we have the single brand dealerships, they're in so close proximity that they have to be brought up into one. That means that one dealer may be chosen and one may not. We have here that process where the dealers that weren't chosen are in front of you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Golick, you sold 2 of the 3 brands, right? Yeah. Now, this minimum sales deal, have you met that?
Yes, I've always been at a, by the way, there are 2 main criteria that a manufacturer can use to terminate a dealership under the state franchise laws. And the 2 main things are your minimum sales responsibility and your minimum working capital requirements. We've always been at 150% of both of those. And there's one other criteria, and it's taking care of the customer, your customer satisfaction. And we've always been just about the highest in the state.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I want to submit for the record, there's a site called dealerrater.com where you can go on and look up dealerships, and they do ratings. I have Golick Jeep here, who consistently has a 5 out of a possible 5 customer satisfaction. Their 24-month rating, by the way, is 5.0, the highest you could get. I have another dealer here, I won't name them out of respect for them, also in the same market area, that was kept, that their dealer rating is 1 on a scale of 1 to 5. This is a surviving dealer. Mr. Golick's a dealer that's been, and I like to submit these ratings for the record.
Without
Mr.
objection.
Golick, I want you to grab that book there that's on the table and turn to tab 14 on that book. Now, if you're looking at tab 14, this is an article that appeared in Automotive News on February 5th, 2009. And it describes a conference call at which Mr. Press, the president of Chrysler, urged dealers to buy 15,000 cars from the company in order to save it. Now, let me read you to what Mr. Press reportedly said to the dealers. Quote, "You have 2 choices. You can either help us or you can burn us down." Mr. Golick, are you familiar with this call?
Oh, yes, very familiar.
All right, let me keep going. The article also quotes Mr. Press as saying this, and I quote, "If you decide not to do that, we've got a good memory of who helped us and who didn't." Do you recall that, Mr. Golick?
Oh, I very much do.
How did you feel about that? Did you take that as a threat?
I've never heard that from an auto executive in my life. I've been in the business all my life. I've never heard anything like that out of.
Mr. Golick, as a result, did you buy additional cars?
You know what? I honestly can't remember. I think if I had to look it up, I probably did not on that particular month, but I did on the other months.
Mm-hmm.
I think Chrysler could provide you with that, but I have a feeling I did not that particular month he said that comment. As I fluffed it off and told my family, I said, I couldn't believe this guy said this. So,
Mr. Kiekenapp, did you get a similar call? Were you on that call?
Yes, I was.
Is these quotes that were attributed to Mr. Press in the article, do you recall hearing that?
Yes, I did.
Did you buy cars as a result of that call?
No, I did not.
How about you, Mr. Spitzer?
So I was on the call. In some cases, we bought them. In some of our stores, we just couldn't take them.
Mm-hmm. And after you and other dealers put up your own money to buy these cars in order to help out the company, you were shut down a few months later. Now let me ask you, Mr. Press, is this an accurate quote in the paper, or you deny saying this?
It's accurate.
It's accurate? So let me ask you something, Mr. Press. How do you respond? You get on the phone and you ask your dealers to help you survive. You ask them to buy some more cars. You basically say you got a good memory and you'll remember the guys that helped you out and the guys that didn't. Can you tell this committee that you didn't use that as one of your criteria to decide what dealers got? If dealers said, we take that as a threat and we resent it and we're not going to buy any additional cars, would that be used to maybe retaliate against the dealers?
Absolutely not at all, in any way, shape, or form.
How do you take a statement like we have a good memory of who helps us and who doesn't? Well, if I made that call to you and asked you that, how would you take that call?
May I put that in context?
Sure.
I understand your question, and I also fully realize the way that could be used in a manner that may not be accurate. The situation was that we had a shutdown in December before Christmas. We made no production. We had asked for and received a very small part of our TARP funds. We had asked for TARP funds for the first quarter. We got 1 month, and we had to extend through February 14th our timing to submit to get additional TARP funds. In the month of February, we had insufficient production to meet cash flow targets that would have caused the company to liquidate. We had continued and were committed for everyone's sake to avoid bankruptcy and not liquidate the company. And we did make an appeal to the dealers to please understand that we need to buy the February production. I realize that you're not out of cars, but if the company's going to make it through February and we have a chance at getting the TARP funding, which we finally did and we're still here today, we would need that help. 70% of the dealers had purchased cars, 30% hadn't. And my quote was something like, if you don't buy the cars today, we liquidate, we're gone. If we buy the cars and we can stay in business, at least we have a shot at getting to the end of this tunnel and getting some money. It's like a bucket brigade, and everybody's got a bucket. 70 of you have.
That statement's fine. I don't have a problem with
and
that.
30 of you don't. And then I said, those of us in the bucket brigade will know which ones are in and which ones aren't, using the peer pressure of all of us, recognizing that who's there. It had absolutely, I am a dealer guy. I would never threaten a dealer. You can ask anybody in the United States that I would never use that pressure. And I promise you, under any oath, there was never an aspect. And if you ask the people that did not get approved to go forward, they both equally either bought cars or didn't. And that's why we were so insistent on our redistribution program to make sure any dealer that took cars would be reimbursed. We added incentives. We had the best sales. In February, after that, we had a retail month. For the first time in history, we outsold Ford. We sold those cars. We didn't want the dealers to store them. We wanted to save the company and get to this point where we could emerge from bankruptcy.
And 3 months after those guys did that for you, you cut those guys loose. I see my time's up.
Ms. Sutton of Ohio for questions, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and there are just so many things I'd like to pursue, but I just want to start, Mr. Henderson, you said that GM has an appeal process. We've heard about that, and I just want to ask you why. Why do you have an appeal process?
Our process was initially, certainly is intended to be data-driven, but the data isn't always right, which is why I think we felt certainly compelled to have a review process which would reconsider facts that may not have been so clear in the data, and that review process has certainly borne out that it was the right thing to do because there were cases where we were wrong.
So would you say it was a matter of fairness?
Yes, we thought it was the fair thing to do.
Mm-hmm. And in those decisions where your decisions were overturned on the appeals, can you tell us the examples? We heard the one about the devastation of the bridge that stopped the business from going forward. Can you tell us some other examples of what was overturned?
Recently, I don't have the full knowledge of the 45, but another recent example was we had a small town that had a Buick and GMC store and a Chevrolet store, and the conclusion in our initial plan would be to consolidate those two, and the conclusion after reconsideration was, no, let's leave the two, for example. That would be another one.
Mr. Press, in light of what we've heard Mr. Henderson say about the need to have an appeal process because fairness requires it, equity requires it, how do you feel about that in light of the fact that Chrysler has no such thing for those who've been shut out?
Great question. I understand the contrast. The fact is, though, that our situations are completely different.
But the employees are affected the same way, and the dealerships are affected the same way.
They're both dealerships and they're both auto companies, but the factors that led to the appeal process don't exist for Chrysler. And that's a completely different situation because we don't have a term agreement that comes up that has...
With all due respect, the factor that was a determining factor of whether or not they were going to have appeals process was fairness. And that applies to Chrysler as well, does it not?
In our case, what we had is a situation where the company went bankrupt. It's a failed enterprise.
I understand.
A new company was formed to go forward and selected specific dealers based on criteria of beyond dealer performance from a standpoint of a strategic dealer network, the number of dealers, the locations, the number of brands to be...
I understand the criteria, and you, but again, I think we're leaving out the point, and the point is both companies have an obligation, I would suggest, to make sure that those who have given a lot in working with your company for many years, decades upon decades in some cases, an appeals process as a matter of fairness. I understand all the underlying issues. I understand the business perspectives here, but what Mr. Henderson just referred to is something that applies to both companies, and that's a matter of fairness. And I'll move on, but I'm a little bit perplexed because I would suggest, Mr. Press, that regardless of your criteria, if it were okay at the inception and it was all perfectly subscribed to in terms of being appropriate, you might still make mistakes. So with that, we'll move on. I want to clarify a little bit more this whole idea because we hear from the dealers about how the dealerships don't feel that they cost the companies a lot of money. So if I could just get from Mr. Press and Mr. Henderson a yes or no answer to these questions. Is it true that the dealers pay for the cars before they receive them?
Yes.
Yes.
And is it true that the dealers pay to have the cars shipped to them?
Yes.
And do the dealers pay for the parts as they receive them?
Yes, ma'am.
And do the dealers pay for their signs?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. And do they pay for their buildings, including the taxes?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And do they pay, obviously, their employees and all of those related taxes?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And do they pay for the brochures that they hand out in their showrooms?
Yes.
Okay. So, Mr. Press, last week you testified that the dealers cost you somewhere in the neighborhood of $3 billion. Have you provided substantiation of that number somewhere?
Yes, in our testimony.
Okay, that's what you are submitting as the substantiation.
We have submitted written testimony.
Yes, I have your testimony. There's nothing supplemental to provide for any additional substantiation, just your testimony.
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Press, don't all the states allow you to terminate dealer agreements provided that there is just cause?
It depends on the state. There are different franchise laws that exist.
I understand, but do they all provide you with the opportunity to terminate for just cause?
You
don't know?
I can't
Okay.
answer your question.
Fair enough. Okay. How many dealerships did Chrysler terminate last year because of substandard performance?
I can't answer your question. There were some, but I don't know how many.
Okay. Would you please provide that to me?
Yes.
Because now we have 789 being terminated, and it's a huge number. So it would be interesting.
It's not the same reason.
It would be interesting to see how many were terminated under the just cause standard in the last year. Mr. Press, did I read correctly that you said that it costs $41,000 or in your testimony per dealer to have staff call on dealers, or was it some other number?
No, it was not just staff, for providing training, to have the computer systems, to have our internet program up, to have all of the records inside the dealership, inside our company, all the audit information that we have, the computer data, the field organization, not just a traveler, but we have a full field office, transportation, logistics, parts service. It's a fairly large enterprise of administrative costs, and it's $41,000 per dealer.
Okay. Well, I will wait. I'll wait for the next round. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. You've been hearing very clearly from Republicans and Democrats who represent dealers that there is enormous concern about how they've been treated and the impact on communities. One area where there seems to be a dispute on the dais is whether this was a decision, each of these decisions on closing a dealer was made by Chrysler and GM, or was it orchestrated by the White House? And I know you were asked about that in the Senate hearings, and it's very important that it be clear who bears the responsibility here and accepts the responsibility. So, Mr. Henderson, let me ask you, is it in fact the case that the Treasury was not involved in any way in the selection or the development or guidance on the number of dealers that would be closed?
Could you repeat the question, sir? I'm sorry.
Basically, the question is who made the decision on how many dealers to close, in which dealers to close?
Management.
And that is you making that decision according to your best judgment about what was in the interest of General Motors, correct?
Yes, sir.
The Treasury was not involved?
Treasury was involved as a purchaser in making sure we had a properly sized dealer body, but they were not involved in individual decisions nor what the exact number should be.
All right. So you will acknowledge that that decision, whether it was right or wrong, is a decision that you made, not the White House?
Yes, sir.
All right. And how about you, Mr. Press? Same question?
It's correct. It was not made by the White House. It was made by our company, Chrysler.
Okay. So the basic question here is not just a matter of fairness, although I agree with my colleagues on that. It's a matter of business judgment. And somebody's right and somebody's wrong. You two gentlemen, on behalf of your companies, have come to the conclusion that closing down long dealers, including dealers in good standing who've done a good job for a long time, in some cases generations, that it's in the interest of the company to close them down. Is that right?
In our case, it's the only way we'll survive going forward.
And there's obviously a lot of evidence that's been presented to you at this hearing that those dealers are not costing you money, but actually can be a lifeline to re-energize sales in their local community. So you're going to bear the responsibility if in fact it turns out that you're wrong and they're right, correct?
Yes, we will bear the responsibility.
And on this appeal question, I mean, here's the dilemma that we have. The bankruptcy code is brutal. I mean, this man over here, his grandfather was in the business, his father was in the business, and had there not been the resort to bankruptcy, which was obviously made as a result of business situations that developed over decades, had there not been a resort to bankruptcy, you would have had to have a sit-down, face-to-face interaction with people that had been loyal, effective, and solid business partners for decades, correct?
The bankruptcy was caused by a market that ended and no credit. It was
not asking about the cause. Once you go into bankruptcy, all the rules that used to apply, contracts, agreements, relationships, are thrown out the window. The law allows it to happen, but it's the nuclear option, correct?
It was not a desire or a plan. It was a failed enterprise that stopped operating, and it doesn't exist any longer.
Right, and what it did is allow the court to throw out contract law that had applied, or state statutes that provided some equity between the dealers and the company. And here's the question. I mean, you're not responsible for what bankruptcy law is. This is the question, you and Mr. Henderson. Given the fact that bankruptcy is a brutal tool, in some cases it may be necessary, do you believe that that entity, in General Motors and Chrysler, which resorts to bankruptcy, for the best of intentions, I'll stipulate that for the moment, should bend over backwards on the side of giving the benefit of the doubt to dealers that have been loyal, effective, and largely profitable partners to the manufacturers?
I can't really speak on what the bankruptcy court should or shouldn't do. I can
I'm
only
not
say-
asking what they should
I can
or
only
shouldn't
say
do. I'm
our-
asking what the company should or shouldn't do.
The reason why we developed our approach to wind-down agreements was to try to handle this as responsibly as we could.
Well, bottom line here is the law probably allows you to do what you're doing. And I have no doubt that you've probably made a decision which you think is consistent with the exercise of your responsibilities. You've got tough jobs. But we've got a unique situation here where the brutal unfairness of the law is imposing enormous, frankly unspeakable hardship on some pretty good people. And you'll acknowledge, I'm sure, that you're fallible and you made your best judgment, but that doesn't guarantee you're right. And the request I have of you is whether, in the exercise of your judgment, you will give the benefit of every doubt that can possibly be given to people who've been doing a good job for a long time.
This was not using the law. With great respect, I understand how that could be construed, but the fact of the matter is a new company was formed in our particular case, and a certain number of dealers with certain locations and certain brand representation were selected to go forward. The cause of this is that it became a failed enterprise.
I yield back.
Thank you. There's interest here. We're going to go another round. Mr. Henderson, let me ask you this. Canada's part interest of the new General Motors, right? Canada is part interest.
Yes, sir.
Are we closing dealerships in Canada?
Yes, we actually went through a very similar process.
Okay. And have you had hearings and things like that up in Canada?
No, we did not.
Okay. Mr. Press, we got the new Chrysler and the old Chrysler. Will the new Chrysler dealers require to sell Fiats?
Will the new Chrysler dealers require to sell Fiats?
Yeah.
We have not yet established a brand position and a product plan going forward of exactly what products from our alliance will be branded Fiat or branded some other brand. They will be made in...
Wasn't that one of Fiat's considerations for helping out here with the new Chrysler is to get their product line in the United States?
Well, part of the new company is definitely going to benefit from the $10 billion worth of resources and product development and hardware from Fiat that gives us tremendous car entries and technology that we'll bring into our product line. Sure, but are you required to sell Fiats? That's what I'm asking. Well, we're going to have cars that have Fiat technology or engines.
Right. But a car that says Fiat?
There may be, we have not yet determined which brands or what names will be on the vehicles. A vehicle could have a Fiat name on it. It may not. It may have a Chrysler name on it.
Mr. Barton said, and just for left, and he said, you know, I hope Chrysler and General Motors review some of these dealerships and maybe some of these things can be reversed. In all honesty, because you went through the bankruptcy, there is no way for any of these Chrysler dealerships that are being closed to get their cars dealerships back, is there?
That's correct. And my answer to him was that we would be transparent and share with them the information so they could
But why they're closed. But we got to be honest here. None of these gentlemen here are going to get their dealerships
That's
back.
correct.
And there was no appeal process for them to get their dealerships back.
It's correct.
If, and that's the bankruptcy, those contracts were broke, and therefore you don't have to offer them anything else, correct? The dealerships, those contracts, franchise agreements were broken, they're done, bankruptcy discharged them.
But we took responsibility for the redistribution of the inventories.
Okay. See, so that's sort of what bothers me. That's old Chrysler. Those were old Chrysler parts. So how can the new Chrysler, if it's not going to give these gentlemen an appeal process or even consider taking them back, how can the new Chrysler take stuff that was old Chrysler? It seems like you're being selective in what you're going to take.
Sir, that's a great question. The redistribution is to dealers, not to our company. So what we did is provided for a distribution of the vehicles that were in old Chrysler dealers' inventory, and they're being moved into new Chrysler dealers' inventory.
Okay, the $350 I got to pay to get my 09 Chrysler moved off my lot since I'm being closed. Who gets that money? Where's that money go?
That goes for the inspection, the cleaning of the vehicle, and for the transportation, the logistics. It's an outside third-party company.
Okay, so new Chrysler doesn't receive that money or distributes that money in any way?
No, sir.
Okay. Go ahead, Mr.
Question?
Kiekenapp. You can't ask a question, but if you got a statement, go ahead.
No.
You can't ask questions, sorry. Mr. Henderson, let me ask you this. Did you have a conference call on June 10th with GM executive retirees?
Yes.
2 days ago, yeah.
Yes.
Was the statement made along these lines, I don't have it exactly, that no executive level GM retiree will receive a retirement benefit package more than $100,000 at the direction of the Treasury Department or the Auto Task Force?
The discussion had to do with pensions that apply to executives' non-qualified plans.
Correct.
As part of a total number of liabilities, one of which was that there were 6 liabilities that were unfunded and unsecured. And as part of our bankruptcy filing, the purchase and sale agreement suggested that we would have to reduce the total amount of those liabilities by 2/3. Then management had the responsibility to allocate the 2/3 reduction. So as part of doing that, we identified a plan with respect to the salary, for executive retirees, that any executive retiree whose combined qualified and non-qualified benefit was less than $100,000, they would be unaffected. And to the extent that their benefits in total were more than $100,000, the extent of the unqualified plan would be reduced by 2/3.
Was that a decision made by the new General Motors, or was that decision made by Treasury Department?
The overall framework was part of the purchase and sale agreement, so the purchaser had identified what amount of liabilities that they were prepared to accept. The actual recommendation to how to allocate that, including this particular recommendation, was management's.
General Motors management then?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So to place the blame for that on the White House Task Force or a Treasury Department wouldn't be accurate?
In the case of unqualified pension such as this, sir, we had indicated to our retirees that in most bankruptcies that's 0. And so in this particular case, this was considered to be a fair approach to it.
Today is June 12th. That's the day that the wind-down agreements have to be returned to General Motors in Detroit, right?
Yes, sir.
So of those dealers that are going forward or are going to be closed, what happens if they don't sign it?
Well, first of all, excuse me, 96% today, as of today, this morning, had either signed it or had verbally said that it was coming in. So we anticipate a high percentage of those dealers will sign the wind-down agreements.
Right.
Very high percentage. In the event that they don't, those contracts would not be assumed by the new company. They would be left in the old company, and they would be rejected.
So they'd basically be out of business anyways?
They could terminate their contract, yes.
But any financial incentives that would be in the wind-down agreement would be lost?
Correct.
All right. Go ahead, Mr. Walton.
So they're not signing that under duress?
Well, they're not, but if there's 1,000 more dealers that are going to be closed, right? 1,000 more GM dealers. So if I don't get my contract in right away or protest too loudly, I could be one of those 1,000 other dealers.
Well, actually, in terms of the participation agreement, 99% of those are in. We expect to have all of them in.
Mr. Spitzer, did you have something to say on this?
Well, I had a couple of comments. One on the 41,000, Mr. Press. I would submit that the cost per dealer will go up after these dealers are terminated.
Sure.
Because many of the, first of all, I think it's maybe 40% or so get no representation at all. It's all done electronically. The smaller dealers, there's no personnel. I would also submit that they'll cut very few field people, if any. With fewer dealers, those costs are almost fixed, or at least semi-fixed, that will go up. The other comment I was going to make was the minimum sales responsibility. Just to quickly educate just in a couple of sentences, the committee. They take the state average penetration for their brands, and they expect every dealer to hit state average penetration. The problem with that is, and just to take an an example of how that can be skewed and how it's an unfair measurement. In fact, common police courts, at least in Ohio, have found, and there's rooms full of testimony, expert testimony, and they have been thrown out in many cases, minimum sales responsibility as a criteria. In Sheffield, one of the rejected stores in the Congresswoman Sutton's district, there's a Dodge dealership in the middle of Ford country. There's 2 Ford plants. One of them was just shuttered, but still a lot of 8-plan residual buyers that are still owners that are still there, living there, retirees and so forth, and then a plant still going in Avon Lake. This dealership is right between them. Okay, 100 miles to the west, there's another dealership near a Jeep plant in Toledo, Ohio. The dealer in Toledo and my dealership in Sheffield is held to exactly the same standard. That's absurd.
I see. One more question. I'm going to go to Mr. Walden. Mr. Henderson, does GMAC have part of the new GM, or does GM still own part of GMAC financing?
GM will own shares in the new in GMAC. We will own approximately 9.9% once we have the other remaining shares that General Motors are currently held in a trust to be sold, because as part of our passivity agreement with the Fed, we agreed we would sell down our interest to 9.9%.
Mr. Walden for questions.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to just pick up on the GMAC part then, but I got to find it. So I've talked to a lot of folks in my district, and one of their complaints is the flooring issue with GMAC. And I had a dealer tell me that after GMAC got their government dollars due the flooring, they immediately raised the interest rate by 6%. They made this dealer pay $10,000 just to be able to stay on. It's non-refundable. He'd been with them 27 years, had no problems. In the last 7 months, they've changed his contract 14 times, always with the threat of curtailment, and then micromanage and manipulate his floor stock. He told me, they told him he had too many cars, so he cleaned out his inventory, sent them to auction. Then they called to say that they had had an inspection and his car numbers were inaccurate. He said, I did what you asked. They said, you should call us to tell us you're doing what we ask. He said it would be illuminating to have a congressional member in the room listening to the dealer conversation with the GMAC employee. This is not unique, unfortunately, in terms of that side of this issue. I also want to go on to, well, let me go to Mr. Thomas, because you've now had a chance, and maybe Mr. Blankenbeckler as well, you've now had a brief opportunity to look at the criteria. Is this the first time you've seen the criteria upon which the decision was made in your wind-down agreement?
It is the first time. I've seen the DPS one other time in the last few weeks. I've asked for things that are in this paper prior to making the wind-down agreement commitment, and it would appear that I made the wrong decision.
How so?
Well, it says that in the case of a rejected dealer.
What page are you on so the committee can follow?
This is page 5. It says at the very bottom, for GM dealers that floor plan with GMAC, which unfortunately we're floored with Wells Fargo, and I don't know if this would pertain or not, but it says for GM dealers that floor plan with GMAC, if the dealer agreement is rejected, we expect that the dealer would turn in new vehicle inventory, which GM then would redistribute. Now, this idea of playing out for 17 months, it sounds good and compassionate in a sense, perhaps for the employees, but it's a hard sell to convince someone why they should buy a past model car from you when you're not even going to be there. I mean, that's tough. And
was it hard to sell a model car from a manufacturer who people weren't convinced was going to be there?
That as well.
Did that affect your sales, do you think?
It has affected them.
Do you think that was taken into account when it comes to
I think there's some something has been taken into account, but I don't really see it as being sufficient. We took 4 cars to auction about a year ago, 2 Cadillacs and 2 Corvettes, and we stood to lose $65,000 on 4 automobiles. And
a year ago?
project that forward, it's not a pretty picture.
So do you feel like this information provided to the committee it would give you an adequate understanding of how they evaluated the wind-down agreements versus the go-forward agreements? Is this all the, and I guess that's, well, I'll let you answer that.
Well, the whole document, I asked specifically for a definition of what would be my fate in this state of rejection, and there were really two choices. I mean, if you were wind down, you could either fall into the, sign the wind down agreement, very tough language, or fall into rejection, and no definition of what that really meant.
So you didn't know what the option really was then?
Well, I asked for it.
And did you get it?
I did not get something as thorough as this. I got, rather short answers. I had asked on the email question line, I asked about Mr. Henderson's comment about redistributing inventory that I think were made in the Senate hearings. The email response comes back, you're going to have to call the call center. I call the call center. They don't have information about that comment or its implication.
So, Mr. Henderson, do you want to answer Mr. Thomas's question?
Yes, sir. In the case of vehicles where, first thing I would say is that the total compensation in the wind-down agreement is intended in all cases to be superior to termination. That's the reason why there's such a high percentage. Second is if someone chooses to voluntarily terminate, and we have dealers doing that today. We had 50 dealers last month voluntarily terminate. Even
in fact, you say 80 a month on average will terminate.
We had 50 last month with people knowing this agreement was there. What happens in that case, to the extent that they floor plan their cars with GMAC, GM has an obligation and an agreement with GMAC that the dealer can turn their cars back to GMAC, and then we will redistribute the cars. That's how it works.
And if you're with a bank for flooring?
We don't have such agreement with, it would have to be bank by bank. With the highest percentage of our dealers are floor planning with GMAC.
So what's that mean for you, Mr. Thomas?
I would have to talk to my bank. My presumption is that
they don't have that. Do you have that agreement with Bank of America or Wells Fargo? Or
I don't know. I'd have to follow up. But this again would apply only in the case of a termination, actually, as opposed to wind down. In a wind down, we would continue to work with the dealers through October of 10.
And I guess the question, and I realize my time's over here, but to both the GM dealers in wind down, what effect does it have on your ability going forward not to be able to have the new product line going into this next year? You're still going to be with a lot there, right?
Well, we will, and we won't have the current offerings, and it's,
How does that help GM then? I don't understand that part. What am I missing here? How does them not being able to buy your new model vehicles help the 2010 vehicles?
First of all, the one element of our wind down agreement that we needed to apply was that they could no longer purchase new vehicles. They could purchase used vehicles. They could purchase parts to provide service.
Why? My question was why? Help me understand why that makes sense. From you make money by selling vehicles you make, right?
Mm-hmm.
They make money by then turning around and selling those same vehicles. So why wouldn't you want them buying your 2010 vehicles, even though then it's their problem? I mean, right? They go out of business at the end of January or October of 20.
The purpose of the wind down agreement, we did provide as part of compensation, for example, incremental resources for the vehicles they had in inventory, and this was about providing a 17-month period to wind down their facility in an orderly basis as opposed to replenishing new stock, and we would have a problem at the end of the contract.
Huh.
My sense is that when the model change occurs, everything that we have will be yesterday's news. It'll be very hard to get from October 2009 to October 2010.
And I guess that gets to my point. I didn't mean I've been kidded a bit up here because apparently I asked you if you felt terminated, Mr. Thomas. I meant to say if you felt your dealership had been terminated. I guess that's what I'm trying to get at. Isn't that exactly what's happened here? In effect, it's a much shorter term. I realize you're buying some things out and all, but in effect, it's taken effect this fall, right?
That's my sense, yes.
Mr. Blankenbeckler, you track it the same way?
Yes. In regards to the handout that was just given out, to my I could get no information to speak of in regards to what your fate was should you not sign the wind-down agreement. I was repeatedly called by GM, where's your agreement? Where is your agreement? Where is your agreement? Do you understand? I said, I can read. I know what it says. And then, you know, you ask about what are the provisions of not signing. You'll be rejected. What does that mean? Let's talk about it. You know, I do have some floor. I have a lot of paid vehicles, but I can go floor every vehicle I've got. And if I can just pick the phone up and call GMAC and tell them to come get approximately $4 million worth of inventory, which 90 days or right now they're starting to produce 2010s. And you've got a business that appears to be going out. I mean, it's a long leash to 2010 October. And I'd like to make one other comment that while I do have the floor, one of the provisions of the wind-down agreement, I'm paraphrasing this, states that in my case I'll produce potentially 84 years of sales records, my customers' names, telephone numbers, my service customers' telephone numbers, and I'm given 25% of my wind-down money. I get one person, one attorney come to me and say, and the purpose of, I'm paraphrasing this, the purpose of these electronic lists of all of my customers are to be used to give to another third party.
Could that be a replacement dealer?
That's how I read it. Or my replacement dealer. You know, what I've earned for 84 years, these are, bulk of these people are my personal friends that I've got to give them their names and telephone numbers. You help me with the federal statute name, the Graham, whatever it is.
Yeah, Graham
okay?
Bliley. No.
I'm not an attorney, but I see this as a huge liability to a dealer to turn over their customer list. You know, they're confident. You wouldn't go into a doctor's office and ask for somebody's medical records and get it. Yeah. One customer would more than negate the amount of money that was given.
You mean one customer that brought an action?
Yeah, brought an action against me.
Which required you to respond.
And in this world, I can't see how that most likely would not happen. And my question to GM was, you know, why do I have to supply my customers' names? And so everything I do is sent to you electronically. Every sale that I make, I give you the name, address. You've got them. You know, all of my warranty records. I get the name and address, vehicle number, you know, labor operation number. It's given to them. You know, it's like, again, all of these data processing deals, they're thrown back on us. We pay for those, for those things. And I would really like to hear what Mr. Hendrick would say in response to, you know, my fear of turning over my customer's identity.
Is that
additionally,
can he respond to that,
yeah.
Mr. Chairman? And does GM assume the liability?
And then we got to go to Mr. Dingle.
GM has a privacy policy. We have had excellent experience with being able to properly control customer and consumer information in our corporation's history.
Well, it's said in the agreement it's going to be given to a third party. When it's given to a third party, I don't know how you have control.
We, as I said, we've been able to manage customer information over time.
So who's that third party?
Now let me ask you this: would GM
hold on
be in a
here.
position
We
to
gotta move on.
indemnify me for that, for a lawsuit?
Okay. We got to do the questions from here. Sorry. Mr. Dingle, questions?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. McEleney, What is your opinion of GM's and Chrysler's respective dealer closure plans with regard to both substance and procedure? Would you please submit your response for the record?
In the case of Chrysler, in both cases, I think they were too quick and too deep in terms of numbers.
I'd like specific criticism, and I'll ask you to submit it for the record because I only have 5 minutes.
In the case of,
And I would ask you also to submit as a part of that, how could those be improved to result in fairness, in your view, to the dealers?
in the case of both GM and Chrysler, it was not a transparent process. There was, in the case of GM, there was an appeal, which was favorable, none in the case of Chrysler, which I think is problematic. I think with the information we received today, that the Chrysler dealers will be provided that criteria, it would seem to make sense that there be an appeal process so those Chrysler dealers that have been canceled can evaluate that. In the case of GM, the wind down is much more favorable, allowing dealers potentially through next October to sell off their parts and inventory and tools and reasonably close their businesses in a rational format. In the case of Chrysler, the wind down was very abrupt, 26 days. I think it created all kinds of problems for dealers and their employees. So I would not think very highly of that.
What is it going to cost per car for a GM dealer to wind down, and how much is he going to lose per car, and how much is a Chrysler dealer going to lose per car?
Sir, it'd be very hard to project. Based on, I've been a dealer for 36 years, I would guess in the case of GM, there would be some cars, when you get to the tail end of the process, you have some of the less popular models left. Dealers could lose several $1,000s in those cases, but it just depends on their own situation. In the case of Chrysler, those dealers that have vehicles left don't have a franchise, they don't have a license, they can't sell them, they can't get Chrysler incentives. The cost could be, many thousands, $5,000, $6,000, $10,000 per vehicle.
All right, now, what charges are in the two closure plans that are detrimental to the dealers, and how could that aspect of it be improved?
I'm sorry, sir, I don't understand the question.
I'm not sure I do. What is there in the two plans which is particularly hurtful in terms of costs to the dealers, and how could those matters be improved?
Okay, sir, in the case of both GM and Chrysler, when a dealer is losing his franchises like these gentlemen at the table are and so many around the country, they're losing the value of the franchise. It's going to zero. Most dealers...
But what I want to know is about the specific charges per car. In other words, Chrysler's got a $350 item that they have to pay. Are there other charges like that in either one of these plans that would impact upon the dealer?
Not that I'm aware of, sir. In case of General Motors, they're not buying the cars back, but they're providing the wind-down dealers an opportunity to sell them down over the next 15 months.
I'm going to submit to you a letter, and there will be other letters submitted to others. And I ask unanimous consent, Mr. Chairman, that those letters and the responses be inserted into the record.
Without objection.
Now, Mr. McEleney, given your assertion that dealerships do not in fact cost money to maintain, why do foreign transplants have significantly fewer dealerships in the United States than their domestic competitors?
I happen to be an import dealer as well, a Hyundai and a Toyota dealer, so I have some perspective on that. The business model for the import, the transplant manufacturers is quite a bit different than the domestics. GM, Ford, and Chrysler have a very strong market share in the rural markets, much like where I live in Iowa. I think Mr. Henderson mentioned earlier, they have a 10-point market share advantage in those areas. So it's a competitive advantage for GM, Ford, and Chrysler to have representation in communities, say, less than 75 or 100,000 people on average, where Toyota, Honda, Nissan have no interest. They will not go in and backfill some of these locations that are being closed with with franchises. That's
Why,
not their plan.
why would they choose not to close, to back those kinds of franchises? That's really at the root of the question.
Well, I can't
In other
speak for
words-
them. Based on my experience, I would say they don't see the market opportunity for their brands as they do in more metropolitan areas.
Now, Mr. Press and Mr. Henderson, Mr. McEleney has indicated in his testimony that dealer franchises in fact do not cost manufacturers money to maintain. Do you agree with this question, or rather with his position, or not?
I do not.
Okay, Mr. Henderson?
I do not.
Mr. Press, why? Mr. Henderson, why? Please.
Well, in our situation, one of the main reasons that caused our bankruptcy and weak product engineering is the requirement that we provide individual models for each standalone franchise as sister models that cost a substantial amount of money and took resources that had negative returns, no incremental sales, only cost, as one example. That's a huge cost. The second one, of course, is the fact of lost sales, lost volume. In a market that's underperforming, those sales don't provide revenue for us. We lose that revenue. In our case, it was about $1.5 billion. The development of individual models is about $1.4 billion. And so we have, and that's a very real situation. Third, that because we have so many dealers and our average dealer loses money, we're not having a competitive dealer network that can compete with the other manufacturers in terms of customer satisfaction, location, facilities, trained people, advertising, et cetera. So it's a substantial cost to the company.
Mr. Henderson, if you please, would you give me your comments?
Yes, Mr. Dingle, in my testimony, I talked about the cost that the company over time has incurred to provide support for a dealer body in total, which has been financially weakened. And so there were the costs that were articulated in the testimony. The second thing I would say is our principal issue, as I said, General Motors' market share in rural and small towns in the U.S. is 10 full market share points higher than it is on average. It's a source of strength for us. And even when we're done with our restructuring, we'll still have the most extensive dealer body in rural America. What costs us today is that we have insufficient distribution in metropolitan markets where we have many, many locations and we have few strong ones. That is a significant problem today.
Now, Mr. Press and Mr. Henderson again, it's been estimated that the average throughput for a foreign transplant dealer is twice that of a comparable domestic dealer. Is this true, yes or no?
I don't know exactly the double, but it's substantially higher, perhaps in that range, yes.
Okay.
It would be our estimate that a Toyota, for example, versus Chevrolet would be approximately double.
All right. Now, if this is true, and apparently it is, why is that the case? Mr. Press first, and then Mr. Henderson.
The reason in Toyota's case is that they sell about 2 million cars and trucks a year out of 1,200 dealers. And we, if we didn't have this restructuring, we would sell about 700,000 cars and trucks a year at retail out of 3,100 dealers. So it's the average sales per dealer is substantially different. In Toyota's case, as Mr. McEleney said, the product line they have is less truck-oriented. They sell mainly cars in more metro markets or sunshine states, less presence in smaller rural areas or secondary markets. And they also don't have an 80-year legacy of having had a substantially higher dealer body and seeing the volume disappear.
Mr. Henderson?
Sir, I wouldn't have anything to add to Mr. Press's comments.
Now, gentlemen, do you believe that your respective numbers of dealerships has been reduced per your restructuring plans? And if so, has parity been achieved through these plans in a way which will be adequate with regard to your foreign transplant competitors?
We tried to achieve a dealer network going forward that had the minimal impact on removing dealers. There have been critics that say that we didn't go far enough, but we didn't want to go all the way to have parity. We think we're in a very good position to continue to go forward business and have that dealer network emerge over time. But through the bankruptcy and the emergence of a new company, we have the optimum number of dealers going forward, 2391.
Thank you. Mr. Henderson?
Mr. Dingle, in our case, as I mentioned also in my testimony, we would expect that at 3,600 dealers approximately, and even with only a modest improvement in the market next year and conservative market share assumptions, that our dealer volume throughput would almost double.
Very quickly, gentlemen, it has been said that the dealers should be permitted to remain open where you are terminating them to provide service and maintenance. What is wrong with that arrangement?
Well, in our situation, of course, because there are existing dealers that are surrounding them that are taking, in many cases, 555 cases, the franchise. For example, the Dodge Jeep dealer may be taking the Chrysler franchise. They're spending money, they're adding the facility, they're adding overhead. That's a part of the business in terms of loyal customers and part of the business that would travel with it.
Are you telling me this is having an adverse impact on adjacent and nearby dealers?
It would have an adverse impact on adjacent dealers. If there are some cases where there may be a single point that may have a real customer situation where they can't achieve the location, then we have always had an opportunity to take a look at a very minimal number of companion points. But in this particular case, it would substantially reduce the ability of the dealers that go forward to derive the full benefit of their business.
Thank you. Mr. Henderson?
I would have the same response, sir.
Mr. Chairman, I thank you for your courtesy. My time's expired.
Thank you, Mr. Dingle. Mr. Braley for questions, please.
Gentlemen, I don't think that's any coincidence that, with the exception of Mr. Walden, the remaining members all come from states that are represented in the Big Ten Conference. Our constituents built your cars and trucks, or in my case, they build tractors and combines and heavy equipment. And the workers who build those products are so brand loyal to your company that they have created a dominant market share for you in the U.S. auto sales that has lasted right up into this moment in history. And Mr. McEleney and my uncle and my brother-in-law, who are Chevy dealers, advertise your products on Big Ten sports networks so that your products are sold in this area which you have this dominant brand loyalty in. And yet I look at page 4, Mr. Henderson, of your proposal, and what do I see? Wind down dealers by state: Pennsylvania 90, Ohio 79, Illinois 66, Wisconsin 50, Michigan 58, Indiana 48, Iowa 46. And after your description of why these foreign automakers are not playing in this part of the country, I find it very difficult to believe that you will perpetuate your brand loyalty in light of these massive dealer closures in my state, in Representative Stupak and Congressman Dingle's state, in Congresswoman Sutton's state. I see the evaporation of your market share because of this practice. And I just wonder whether as part of your restructuring, you have given consideration to that. Mr. Henderson?
Sir, first of all, I'm a Wolverine, born in the state of Michigan. Second of all, when we're done, General Motors will still have what we believe will be the largest distribution system for rural and small towns in the U.S. Approximately 1,500 of our 3,600 dealers will be located in those small towns, and we do believe we'll be able to maintain a strong position. Sir.
Actually, through the new dealer network, we've increased the share of dealers that are in rural markets and reduced the share of dealers in metro markets. We do realize the importance. The difficulty is from our volume going from a peak of 2 million to 700,000, we don't produce enough vehicles to have every dealer stay in business. It's unfortunate, but it's a fact, and we're trying to make sure that the dealers have a high enough volume that they can stay in business and have a good operation going forward to compete with the transplants.
Well, with all due respect to the two of you who have accomplished much in your careers, I would submit that the people sitting on this side of the table have a much deeper sense for the attitude of our constituents, and I would be shocked to see your brand loyalty maintained in light of these shutdowns. Now, one of the things we know, Mr. Walden referenced this in his opening statement, is both companies have been doing advertising to talk about their business strategy going forward. And Mr. Henderson, we've seen the GM ads that talk about how your company is going to stand behind the products it sells going forward. But in reality, you're not standing behind your products, because one of the things we know is, as part of these bankruptcy proceedings, every existing and future product liability claim that your company could be responsible for selling a defective product is going to be extinguished. Isn't that true?
In our case, warranty, recall will all be assumed by the new company, but in the case of product liability, purchasers in the normal 363 process do not assume that sort of obligation.
And so they will be extinguished in the bankruptcy.
They would be unsecured claimants of the old General Motors.
And they will be extinguished because we all know what happens to those unsecured claimants.
Likely.
Yes. Now, have you informed your dealer network that you're going to be passing on a massive cost shifting to them because of that?
No, we're not going to be passing.
Yes, you are, sir, because I can tell you in the state of Iowa, Mr. McEleney is currently immune from liability as a distributor of your product if the manufacturer is in existence and is not in bankruptcy. That's the fact in almost every state under state product liability law. So if you disappear as a potential claimant in that process, every one of these dealers is going to be on the hook, not just your remaining dealer network, but existing dealers that no longer have a franchise.
In our case, the both wind-down agreements as well as the continuation agreements will be assumed by the new General Motors, and the indemnification provisions that GM has today will continue.
The indemnification procedures, so you are going to assume responsibility and pass that liability on?
As part of our obligation, we will continue to indemnify the dealers who sign a new agreement with new General Motors.
And so they're going to have to rely upon you to step up after they've been sued, and they pass that on to you, and then they're going to have counsel involved because of that status.
Sir, I think that by virtue of the indemnification continuing to the new company, we did that purposely to try to avoid the situation where the dealer could be badly hurt.
Now, Mr. McEleney, I want to give you the last opportunity to talk about the impact on every one of the dealers that you represent as chairman of NADA who haven't had a seat at the table and haven't had an opportunity to tell their story, because I'm guessing you've been getting a lot of phone calls. What's it been like for you, and what type of concerns are you hearing?
Well, we're hearing many of the concerns that have been expressed earlier today by some of the dealers on this panel. They run the gamut. There are dealers that have most of their, sometimes third, fourth generation. My family, as you know, has been in business for 95 years. Fortunately, we are going forward, but there are a lot of dealers like me that are not. Most dealers, their net worth of their enterprise, their life savings, is represented in the value of their real estate, if they in fact own it, and the value of their franchise. In the case of dealers being terminated by either GM or Chrysler, the franchise value is zero immediately, and the real estate value with single-purpose real estate, particularly in this commercial real estate market that is pretty stressed anyway, would be severely devalued, even to the point where many cases dealers will owe more money on the property than it's worth, or they may have a lease that they're obligated to for a number of years and have no way to generate revenue to pay for that lease. So those are some of the issues. There are dealers that have made significant investments in facilities with the expectation that they would have a franchise going forward as long as they met the requirements of the franchise agreement that are being left with those obligations. So there's just a myriad of stories that are very tough, personal bankruptcies in many cases, dealers and their employees having to take personal bankruptcy, and the dealership employees we haven't talked a lot about. They earn on average about twice what is paid in retail. So these are good jobs. Most of these people will not be able to go to other dealerships and find employment, particularly in this market, in a 10 million market. I don't know of any dealers that are hiring people. I suspect there may be some as this rationalization takes place and dealers have bigger market areas. But for the most part, those 120, 130,000 employees of terminated dealerships will have to find work probably outside the auto sector. And it's a tough market, as you well know, to find employment right now. So there's some pretty devastating stories out there.
Thank you, Mr. Braley. Ms. Sutton for questions, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to, I was talking to Mr. Press about the appeal process, and I talked about the state law and under state laws across this country. It's my understanding that you can terminate, for just cause, you can terminate dealerships. Is that your understanding, Mr. Henderson? Mr. Press wasn't certain.
I have the same recollection. I think there are provisions, but they do depend by state. But yes, in general, for cause.
Right. When you say they depend, there may be differences, but they all have some sort of just cause standard. Is that correct?
I can't answer the question, ma'am.
Okay. Well, I can tell you in Ohio there's a law that allows for termination based on just cause, so we can just go with that understanding. Let me ask you, how many dealerships did GM close last year based on just cause under state laws?
I will have to get back to you with an answer. I don't know the answer to that.
Do you have any idea? Any idea?
No.
Okay. And how many are you slated to close through this bankruptcy?
As we talked about, we will move from approximately 6,000 dealerships to approximately 3,600 over time.
Okay. 2,600, is that about right? 3,600.
No. About 2,400.
2,400, okay. I had 26, so thank you. I want to follow up on a
The reason,
little...
by the way, was because that number isn't perfect. It can go anywhere, so it can go anywhere from 3,400 to 3,800.
Okay, good enough. I want to follow up on some of the discussion that was going on a while back about information being transferred from the dealerships that are being closed. And the discussion of, you said that GM has a record of, securing that data in a way that is appropriate. And it was mentioned that it's going to go, obviously, to third parties. So who are those third parties exactly? Are they all identifiable at this point?
We can identify them for you. These would be parties that we would typically use to sell vehicles to customers, to make sure that their service is taken care of, to provide surveys. There's many reasons why we would want to contact customers.
Right. I would appreciate you submitting all of the third parties that might receive that information to the committee. Mr. Spitzer, I want to thank you again for coming to testify today, and I want to just ask you a little bit more. You spoke earlier about some of the investment that you've put into this life's work of yours, representing Chrysler and their products. How much have you invested in Project Genesis so far?
Working closely with the people from the management of the business center, which is the Great Lakes Business Center, includes Michigan, Illinois, and so forth, that has responsibility for most of our dealerships except one, working very much in concert with them, and sometimes almost at their direction. I won't say insistence, but let's say strongly urging. We have consolidated 2 Genesis stores. One of them is in Florida, with a different business center, was the first one in the state, I think, or very close, 4 or 5 years. It actually was called Project Alpha at that time. We have spent, in concert with, again, with Chrysler Corporation, I think about $6 million in acquisitions at their urging, insistence. In fact, in two or three cases, I was called by Chrysler, said, this is the guy you got to buy, and here's what you do, call him, buy it out, and that way we'll consolidate. That's in just goodwill, blue sky that has gone, it's gone away. And over and above that, we have invested in Project Project Genesis now. They changed the name somewhere along the line. Didn't change anything else but the name, I don't think. I think in bricks and mortar just about $10 million. That doesn't count the land. That's just in buildings done in concert with Chrysler to consolidate and accomplish Project Genesis. And with all due respect to Mr. Press, who I've had a healthy respect for over the years, going back to his days with Toyota, we've known Mr. Press for probably 30 years. And the arbitrary way in which these dealers were selected has no connection to Project Genesis or all 3 brands or standalone. From our own experience, I can assure you of that, and also anecdotal observations from other dealers that I know that where standalones went forward, where Genesis got canceled, and all the permutations and combinations that are out there.
Have you received the written criteria explaining why your dealerships have been canceled?
We received nothing.
Nothing.
We
to
didn't
this
even
day.
receive termination. It was on the web. I was told about it by other people that saw it on the web. We didn't even get notification of who was going forward directly.
I see. And I want to just give Mr. Kiekenapp a chance to speak about, if you could ask a question here today, what would that question be? If you don't recall.
I think what's frustrating is that we're a very good dealership, and we've done a good job. And there's other dealerships that surround us that have lost financing, that don't have the ability to buy cars. We owned all our cars outright. We didn't have a financing problem. And now there's dealerships within GM and Chrysler that don't have the ability to finance their vehicles. They're now having to get bailed out by the Small Business Administration. And it's frustrating. I think there's probably some things that I might have said that created frustration with the factory, and I think it cost us employees jobs. But I think we've done a great job, and I know that within Tacoma, they want a point, and we're applying for that point, and I just hope that that they take a look at us, because I think we are the dealer, and if we were to have conversations with them in regards to maybe moving the point to someone else, we'll do whatever it takes. I believe in the product. I believe in what they're doing is right. I don't believe in eliminating the dealer body did any good. I believe that bankruptcy was something that was inevitable, but the products that they make are far superior. The Dodge Charger, the Challenger, the new 1500 are phenomenal, and I believe in the product. And it's just unfortunate that when we have such a well-run business, and there's other dealers that are out there that are substandard. You can really look at any metrics from any dealership and shoot holes in every one of them. And I don't believe it was
Fair. I appreciate your testimony. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Just going to follow up, clean this hearing up a little bit, then we'll adjourn. A couple questions. If Mr. Henderson, if the government's going to own 68% of the new General Motors, and even Mr. Press, I guess I'm concerned, as I said in my opening areas, about the rural areas, especially where I live. Some of you have talked about 100,000, 80,000. I don't have a county in my district that has 70,000. I mean, I'm vast rural area, and I think we got like 6 Chrysler dealerships being closed, maybe about 4 or 5, maybe more than that, in my district of General Motors. How are people going to get service? I mean, if I bought a car this year, a General Motors or a Chrysler, and my dealer's closed, how do I get service on that car? Am I going to have to go somewhere else, in other words, drive 2 hours when my service light comes on?
Take my F-15.
Yeah, take your F-15. But, I mean, how do you do it? And especially when you talk about the loyalty is in the rural areas. You got 10% greater loyalty base in the rural areas, but boy, we're getting hard hit here.
Mr. Chairman, I appreciate your concern, especially for the customers, and that's a very fair question. Customer satisfaction is very important. In our particular case, after the reorganization, we've actually increased the share of our dealer body that's in rural markets. A higher portion of metro market dealers were actually removed.
But I guess I'm saying, if you improved the rural market, why'd you close in my district? You can't get much more rural than me.
Well, what we did is...
And we lost 6 of them.
The largest impact was on metro markets where the dealers were too close to each other.
I don't have any metro markets.
I know that. Well, I'm
600
just-
miles from one end of my district to the next.
And I realize that.
And very few people in between.
I'm very familiar with your area. I go there on weekends often, so I appreciate that. Actually, in terms of customer convenience, but from the old dealer group to the new dealer group, the actual distance from a customer to a dealership increased 0.94 miles. So we were very careful to make sure that we were able to retain the convenience to customers. There may be some...
That's got to be nationwide.
Well, that's for all rural markets. There may be...
How can it be for 9.9, like 1 mile more for rural markets?
For rural markets. There will be a few rural markets that will no longer be represented in.
The only way to do that is then you're going to have to take these dealerships you've shut down and move other dealers in their places.
Well, there's other dealers that have access to these markets or are adjacent, especially in a case, for example, where there's a Dodge dealership that goes out. The Dodge franchise will go to the Chrysler Jeep dealership that's in the same place. So the distance from repairs may not increase or would be very minimal in terms of the number of locations. And then I think second, it's from a standpoint of those markets, if there's a market, there may be some markets where we are abandoning the market if there's no longer a potential for long-term growth, and we don't have, with 700,000 units of production, we just don't have enough vehicles to get to them.
But I trusted you guys. I bought a car this year, okay, when the big push was on. And you abandon those markets, you abandon me. And if I remember correctly, the federal government says we're going to guarantee these warranties for 5 years. So the federal government, I'm going to go guarantee these cars for warranties for 5 years when you abandon part of my area?
Well,
I might need that F-15.
I'm not aware of any F-15 trips that are necessary for service because we did look at the average distance, but we'll sure take a look at your area and see what the distance difference would be because a Jeep dealership that closed, the repairs of that Jeep dealership can now be made in the Dodge Chrysler dealership that exists within the same market area. So the customers will have another service outlet available.
Mr. Henderson, you want to?
Certainly, we tried as much as possible to manage the drive times for service. We looked at state by state. We looked at averages. We looked at averages across the United States. If I look, for example, in the Upper Peninsula, average of Michigan, 19 to 23 minutes. In Oregon, for Chevrolet, we'll go from, this is in miles, excuse me, from 10 to 14 and a half miles. The issue we have, excuse me, the issue is we have is on the extremes, because there will be situations where we clearly have a problem.
Well, Mr. Chairman, if I might.
Go ahead.
You're closing the Klamath Falls dealership. It's probably at least 100 miles to Medford. That's the nearest Chevy, any kind of Chevrolet. So those people in Southern Oregon are going to go from Klamath Falls now to Medford. I suppose they go to Lakeview. Burns, you're closing Burns. It's 136 miles to Payette, Idaho is the nearest dealership, right?
That's what I said. We will have situations where we have problems, and we're going to have to solve these problems.
And how will you solve those problems? By putting a dealership back in?
This is actually not our intent. That's not what we want to do. And one of the things we've said,
how do you solve
in the case of, well, first of all, other General Motors franchises can provide service work. We don't generally.
There isn't another one in Klamath Falls, Burns.
So the second thing we said is, in the event we need to put a location back, one of the things that we committed to the Senate, and I'll commit to you today, is that if we need to relocate a spot there, we will provide the existing operator the opportunity to actually look at that first.
Okay, so let's go to Bend, Oregon. You've closed Bend, you've closed Redmond, you leave Madras. So what's that process that's going to be put in place that allows Mr. Thomas maybe to go get his dealership back? You're telling me you're going to look at it and you're going to decide. And I wouldn't be asking these questions if it weren't taxpayer dollars funding this whole thing. I mean, I'd let you all figure it out under the laws of the land. It's not that. And these are the questions that are coming at us we can't answer. And I actually voted for TARP. I didn't vote for the auto bailout, I admit it. But I voted for TARP.
What we will do, as I said, is we have location by location. If we've made mistakes in the future and we've concluded we cannot take care of customers in the location and a point needs to be put back, we would go to whoever the individual who was affected and give them the first chance to do that.
All right, we may follow that up further because I'm just looking at Chrysler here, and here's Michigan, even though you get the Upper Peninsula very small. Marquette and Escanaba, my two biggest cities, dealers are gone. That's my two biggest cities in the Upper Peninsula. They're gone. And then now next one closest across the bridge is Sheboygan. That's gone. Next one is Petoskey. That's gone. Next one is Rogers City. That's gone. And actually, with the Cadillac dealer, there's no one in northern Michigan. Basically, north of Lansing, well, Traverse City, I'll take that back, which is no longer part of my district. I mean, there isn't a Cadillac dealer around there with some of these ideas. Not that I drive Cadillacs. I told you I'm an Oldsmobile guy, and it took that away from me too. So I mean, I'm hurting now. But I don't want the point is the distances we have to travel. I'm going to have to follow that up because I just looking at the map and the things that have been closed, it just doesn't make sense. As I know those district and those miles in between very, very well. So that's where when members say it could probably hurt you, especially in the rural areas where you have your most loyal customer base. I agree. Plus the federal government said we're going to guarantee these warranties. I don't know how we're going to service them. Any other member? Mr. Braley, Ms. Sutton, Mr. Walden?
I just want to add one thing, Mr. Chairman, and I think that because of the concerns that we have raised today about one of the other critical aspects of these bankruptcies, that is the responsibility going forward for any products that may be defective and the implications for U.S. taxpayers and the dealers in this room. I would strongly urge the committee to take up that issue as well and flesh it out in more detail. I think it has enormous economic consequences even for people who've lost their franchise, and I'd like to explore that in further detail.
Mr. Walden?
Well, and I think that this flooring issue with GMAC, I continue to hear from dealers about flooring in and of itself. Also, just to reiterate, I know Dr. Burgess had to leave, but I know he entered into that discussion with both you, Mr. Press, and Mr. Henderson about email traffic to the I think it's D's and the White House and all that, and I understood you both to indicate you would supply that email. We'll follow up. I think Dr. Burgess, the appropriate process would be for him to follow up with a letter of request. But I sense that's not a problem for you all to provide those emails.
Ms. Sutton?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to add, of course, and as you can see who stayed here at the end of this hearing, as it was pointed out, the CARS Act that we passed this week, you know, Representative Braley, he was an original co-sponsor, and Chairman Stupak and Chairman Dingell were involved in the process of getting that bill done, and it's intended to have a concrete impact because we really do believe, as Mr. Kiekenapp said, you know, we want Chrysler and GM to be a success because we know how linked it is to our communities and we know how linked it is to jobs and the food that it puts on the tables of the people that we're so you know, honored to represent. And so it's painful for us to be here and in this position. But the pain that we feel listening to this is nothing compared to what we've heard displayed here of the folks who are losing their dealerships. And I want to thank all of you who came here today to put a human face in perspective about costs of what is going on this major problem. So thank you all for coming, and Mr. Chairman, thank you for holding this hearing. We do want you to be successful.
Well, thanks, and that concludes all the questions from members. I think the hearings have been helpful. You know, since the Senate hearing, we now have an appeal process with General Motors to help out some of these dealers. There's GM and the Auto Dealers Association have been working together trying to do some things. I think that's positive. I think we have further explanations. But we'll continue to monitor this. There is that HR 2743 sitting out there, GMAC and others. And it's been a long hearing. We appreciate everybody for coming. And if there's something anyone wants to add, I'll give you all a minute if you want to add something or so. We really do appreciate, especially dealers and Mr. Henderson, Mr. Press, and others coming some distance. And I know during this hearing, once you've raised your hand in that, but because the rules of the hearing, I couldn't recognize you at times. So if there's something you want to add, Mr. Golick, I know you did, go ahead, and we'll go right down the line. Mr. Spitzer, if anyone wants to add something, we will. Then we'll wrap this up. We're going to keep it somewhat brief.
I'm just perplexed when Mr. Press last week said that in the case of the dealers not being taken forward last year, they lost 55,000 units of sales. That number is real important to them apparently. But then, like I say, they're going to lose 140,000 units in sales when these dealers are removed. I know that he says they can only produce 700,000 cars, but there has to be a plan in place for growth. If the market improves, I'm sure he could build another 140,000 cars. I'm perplexed over that. So I just thought I'd throw that in.
Thank you, and thank you again for coming. Mr. Spitzer, anything?
Just the marketplace was moving the industry to a number of dealer outlets pretty rapidly, close to where they taking us immediately through dealer consolidation, buy, sell. We had, in the case of Chrysler, we had all 6 of our remaining non-Genesis point projects on the table, working with buying out or selling.
Mr. Kiekenapp, anything? Mr. Press?
I really appreciate the opportunity to communicate with the committee and provide this information. It's been a very good learning experience for us. This will be good communications going forward. I don't know if I'm looking forward to our performance review when I come back, but I guess this will be the forum to do that. Thank you.
Mr. Henderson?
Like Mr. Press, I want to thank you, Mr. Chairman, and the committee for your time. Thank the dealers for joining us here. Very, very much appreciate it. Because this is a very difficult time for all of us, and I very much appreciate the professionalism. So thank you very much.
Mr. McEleney?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, we appreciate the opportunity to be here on behalf of 19,000 new car dealers in the country. I guess I would just say, in this difficult environment, we know how tough the economy is, particularly the auto sector. If a dealer is able to keep his doors open, make the payroll, keep his customers coming in, floor plan his inventory, is probably a pretty good operator. I know there are other elements that play into that, but I think that's important to remember as we look at this. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Paddock.
No, other than just saying thank you for giving me the opportunity today. Thank you.
Mr. Blankenbeckler.
Thanks for letting me come. I think I have a story, and I think everybody here is here today, has a story. It's not a happy time. Thank you very much for listening to me.
I would close with a rhetorical question, and that will be, with all these closings, will other makers go to these institutions that have facilities available and bring their new products and convey them to the public instead of the established makers? Thank you very much.
Well, thank you, and thank you very much. That concludes all questioning, concludes our hearing. I want to thank all of our witnesses for coming today and for your testimony. The committee rules provide that members have 10 days to submit additional questions for the record. I ask unanimous consent that the contents of our document binder, with the exception of tabs 1 and 3, be entered into the record, provided the committee staff may redact any information that is business proprietary, relates to privacy concerns, or is law enforcement sensitive. Without objection, documents will be entered into the record. That concludes our hearing. The meeting of this subcommittee is adjourned.